September 10th, 1986, Federal Court, Manhattan. A quiet man in a cheap suit sits in the witness stand. He's 43 years old. He wears thick glasses. It looks like he should be doing tax returns in a basement office somewhere in New Jersey. The prosecutor asks him, "Mr. Fradiano, can you tell the court what your occupation was between 1960 and 1980? The man adjusts his glasses. He speaks softly. He says, "I was the acting boss at a Los Angeles crime family. Before that, I was a hitman for the mob for 30 years. The courtroom goes silent. His name is Aladina Fradiano. Everyone called him Jimmy the Weasel. He didn't look dangerous. He looked like someone's accountant uncle. He was polite, he was quiet, he never raised his voice. And over 3 decades, he killed between 11 and 30 people, maybe more. He couldn't remember exactly. But that's not why he's sitting in federal court today. He's here because 2 years ago, Jimmy Fradiano made a decision that changed everything. He decided to cooperate with the FBI. He decided to testify against the mob. And his testimony would help destroy 5 different crime families. It would send dozens of mobsters to prison. It would expose murders, extortion schemes, and criminal operations across the country. All because of a quiet man who looked like an accountant. This is the story of Jimmy the Weasel Fradiano. How he rose through the ranks at a Los Angeles mob, how he became one of the highest-ranking mobsters to ever cooperate with law enforcement, and how one man's testimony brought down an empire. Story 1. The Quiet Killer. Aladina Fradiano was born on November 14, 1913, in Naples, Italy. His family immigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was an infant. They settled in an Italian neighborhood where the mob controlled everything: gambling, loan sharking, bootlegging during Prohibition. Young Jimmy grew up around mobsters. He knew who they were, he knew what they did, and he wanted to be like them. But Jimmy had a problem. He didn't look the part. He was short, 5'7". He was thin. He wore glasses. He spoke quietly. He didn't have the tough guy swagger that most mobsters cultivated. Other kids in the neighborhood called him the Weasel. It wasn't a compliment. They thought he was weak. They thought he was soft. They were wrong. At 16, Jimmy committed his first crime. He stole a car with some friends. They got caught. Jimmy went to reform school for 6 months. When he got out, he was smarter. He learned how not to get caught. By 18, Jimmy was working for the Cleveland mob. Not as a made man, he wasn't Italian enough since his parents were from Naples, not Sicily, but as an associate. He ran numbers, he collected debts, he did whatever they needed. And he proved he was willing to do things other people wouldn't. In 1933, when Jimmy was 20 years old, someone in the Cleveland mob needed a problem solved. A man named Johnny Mirabella owed money to the wrong people. Mirabella wasn't paying. Mirabella was causing trouble. Someone needed to kill him. Jimmy volunteered. He didn't make a big show of it. He didn't brag about how tough he was. He just said he'd handle it. And he did. Jimmy found Mirabella at a bar. He walked up behind him. He shot him twice in the back of the head. Then he walked out, got in his car, and drove home. No witnesses, no evidence, no arrest. Jimmy was good at this. Not because he was violent or aggressive, but because he was calm, because he planned carefully, because he didn't panic. Over 3 decades, Jimmy Fradiano would kill at least 11 people, possibly as many as 30. He couldn't remember the exact number. After a while, he said, they all blurred together. But he always remembered his method: quiet, efficient, professional. No drama, no witnesses, just the job that needed doing. Story 2. The Move West. In 1947, Jimmy Fradiano moved to Los Angeles. The Cleveland mob was having problems. Too much law enforcement attention, too many arrests, too many investigations. Jimmy decided it was time to go somewhere new. Los Angeles was perfect. The weather was good, the opportunities were better, and the Los Angeles crime family, run by Jack Dragna, was small and disorganized. They needed experienced people. Jimmy met with Dragna. He explained his background. 30 years in Cleveland, connected to the mob, proven earner. Dragna was impressed. He made Jimmy a full member of the Los Angeles family. Now Jimmy was official. He was made. He couldn't be killed without permission from the boss. He had status. But more importantly, he had opportunity. Los Angeles was different from Cleveland. In Cleveland, the mob focused on traditional rackets, gambling, loan sharking, extortion. In Los Angeles, they were expanding into new areas, labor unions, Hollywood, legitimate businesses. Jimmy saw the potential. He started working his way up. He ran gambling operations in Redondo Beach. He controlled unions at Los Angeles International Airport. He had connections to movie studios through the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees Union. He was making money, good money, $50,000, sometimes $100,000 per year. In 1950s money, that was a fortune. But Jimmy wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. He wanted to be boss. The problem? Jack Dragna was still running the family, and Dragna didn't trust Jimmy. He thought Jimmy was too ambitious, too aggressive, too eager to move up. In 1956, Jack Dragna died of a heart attack. His underboss, Frank DeSimone, became the new boss. DeSimone liked Jimmy. He promoted him to Caporegime, captain, and gave him more responsibility. But Jimmy still wasn't satisfied. He wanted DeSimone's job. He would have to wait, and while he waited, he would keep doing what he did best, killing people. Story 3. The Murders. Between 1950 and 1975, Jimmy Fradiano killed at least 11 people for the mob. Some were business, someone had stolen money, someone had testified against the wrong person, someone knew too much. The orders would come from the boss, and Jimmy would handle it. Some were personal. Someone had disrespected Jimmy. Someone had crossed him in a business deal. Someone had looked at him wrong. Jimmy would kill him without asking permission. His methods stayed consistent. Plan carefully, execute quickly, leave no evidence. In 1953, Jimmy killed a man named Frank Nicoli. Nicoli had been skimming money from a gambling operation. The Los Angeles family ordered him killed. Jimmy volunteered. He lured Nicoli to a meeting. He brought 2 other guys with him. When Nicoli showed up, Jimmy and his crew beat him to death with their fists. Then they dumped the body in the desert. No witnesses, no arrest. In 1954, Jimmy killed 2 brothers, Eugene and George Cavelli. They'd been partners with Jimmy in a card game operation. They'd been taking more than their share of the profits. Jimmy decided they needed to go. He invited them to a meeting. When they showed up, Jimmy shot them both. Then he called some guys to help dispose of the bodies. They were never found. In 1957, Jimmy killed a man named Jack Whalen. Whalen was a muscle guy who'd been trying to move in on mob territory. The Los Angeles family wanted him dead. Jimmy walked into a restaurant where Whalen was eating. He walked up to Whalen's table. He shot Whalen in the head, then he left. The restaurant was full of witnesses, but nobody saw anything. Nobody remembered who the shooter was. The case went unsolved. By the 1960s, Jimmy Fradiano had a reputation. He was the go-to guy when someone needed to disappear. He was reliable, he was discreet, he was professional, and he was moving up. In 1967, when Frank DeSimone died, the family needed new leadership. Jimmy thought he should be boss. He'd earned it. He'd been with the family for 20 years. He'd killed for them. He'd made them money. But the commission, the ruling body of the American Mafia, had other ideas. They appointed someone else, Dominic Brooklier. Jimmy was furious, but he stayed quiet. He didn't complain, he just kept working. And he started thinking about his options. Story 4, The Acting Boss. In 1975, Dominic Brooklier went to prison on racketeering charges. Before he went, Brooklier made Jimmy acting boss of the Los Angeles crime family. It was temporary, just until Brooklier got out, but it was still the top position. Jimmy was 62 years old. He'd been in the mob for over 40 years. He'd finally made it to the top. But being boss wasn't what Jimmy expected. The Los Angeles family was a mess. Most of the good earners had died or gone to prison. The young guys coming up weren't loyal. They didn't respect the old ways. They didn't follow orders. And the FBI was watching everyone. They had informants in every crew. They had wiretaps on phones. They were building cases against everyone. Jimmy was also having his own problems. He was under investigation for several murders. The FBI had witnesses. They had evidence. They were getting close. In 1977, federal prosecutors indicted Jimmy on extortion charges. The case wasn't about murder. They couldn't prove the murders, but they could prove Jimmy had been extorting money from trucking companies and pornography businesses. Jimmy went to trial. His lawyers argued that he was just a legitimate businessman, that the government was targeting him because he was Italian-American, that there was no real evidence. The jury didn't buy it. In 1978, Jimmy Fradiano was convicted of extortion. He was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. But Jimmy never went to prison because while he was awaiting sentencing, he made a decision that would change everything. He decided to cooperate. June 1978, San Diego, California. Jimmy sits in a hotel room with 2 FBI agents. They've been talking for hours. They want Jimmy to cooperate. They want him to testify against the mob. In exchange, they're offering him a deal: reduced sentence, witness protection, a new identity, relocation. He'd never go to prison for the extortion conviction. He'd never go to prison for any of the murders. All he has to do is talk. Jimmy has been thinking about this for months. He knows what cooperation means. It means betraying everyone he's ever worked with. It means breaking Omertà, the mob's code of silence. It means becoming a rat. In the mob, there's nothing worse than a rat. If you cooperate, you're dead. Not might be dead, not probably dead, dead. The mob will find you, they'll kill your family if they can't get to you. But Jimmy is also realistic. He's 64 years old. He's looking at 5 years in prison, maybe more if they charge him with murder. He has health problems, heart disease, diabetes. He might die in prison. And if he goes to prison, what happens when he gets out? Dominic Brooklier will be out too. And Brooklier never really wanted Jimmy as acting boss. Brooklier might decide Jimmy is a threat. Brooklier might decide Jimmy knows too much. Jimmy could end up dead either way. So Jimmy makes a decision. He tells the FBI agents, "I'll cooperate." The FBI is stunned. Jimmy Fradiano is the highest-ranking mobster ever to agree to cooperate. He's an acting boss. He's been in the mob for 40 years. He knows everything. Over the next few months, Jimmy tells the FBI everything. He describes the structure of the Los Angeles family. He names every member, every associate, every operation. He describes murders he committed. He describes murders he witnessed. He describes extortion schemes, labor racketeering, gambling operations. He also provides information about other families. He'd worked with the Chicago outfit, the Detroit partnership, the San Francisco family. He knew bosses, underbosses, captains. He knew about commission meetings, about territorial disputes, about plans to kill rivals. The FBI records everything. They prepare cases, they get indictments ready. And in September 1978, they announced that Jimmy the Weasel Fradiano has become a government witness. The mob world explodes. Story 6, The Testimony. Between 1979 and 1987, Jimmy Fradiano testified in 11 different trials. He testified against the Los Angeles family. He testified against the Chicago outfit. He testified against the San Francisco family. He testified against individual mobsters who'd committed murders, extortion, racketeering. His testimony was devastating. In 1981, Jimmy testified in the trial of Frank Bompensiero. Bompensiero had been a mob boss in San Diego. He'd been an FBI informant. Then the mob found out and they killed him. Jimmy testified about how the murder was ordered, who carried it out, where the body was disposed of. The defendants were convicted. In 1983, Jimmy testified in the trial of several Chicago outfit members. He described how the outfit controlled Las Vegas casinos, how they skimmed money, how they murdered people who threatened their operations. Multiple defendants were convicted. Some got life sentences. In 1984, Jimmy testified about murders he'd committed. He described killing Frank Niccoli. He described killing the Covelli brothers. He described killing Jack Whalen. He admitted to 11 murders. He said there might have been more, but he couldn't remember exactly. The prosecution used his testimony to build cases against dozens of other mobsters who'd been involved in those murders. In 1986, Jimmy testified in the famous Commission trial, the trial at the bosses of New York's 5 families. His testimony wasn't central to that case, but it provided background about how the Commission worked, about how decisions were made, about how territories were divided. All 5 bosses were convicted. By 1987, Jimmy Fradiano had helped convict over 50 mobsters. His testimony had exposed the inner workings of multiple crime families. He described hundreds of crimes, murders, extortions, labor racketeering schemes. But his cooperation came at a cost. The mob had put a contract on Jimmy's life. Multiple contracts, actually. Every family wanted him dead. The reward was reportedly $500,000 for whoever killed the Weasel. Jimmy entered the Witness Protection Program. He was given a new identity. He was relocated somewhere in the American Southwest. The exact location was never disclosed publicly. They provided him with a monthly stipend. They gave him a security detail. But Jimmy couldn't stay quiet. In 1981, a writer named Ovid Damaris convinced Jimmy to tell his life story. They co-authored a book called The Last Mafioso, The Treacherous World of Jimmy Fradiano. The book was published in 1981. The book was a bestseller. It described Jimmy's life in the mob. It described murders, crimes, the inner workings of organized crime. It exposed secrets that the mob had kept hidden for decades. The FBI was furious. Jimmy had agreed to cooperate, but he'd also agreed to stay quiet about his testimony. Publishing a book broke that agreement. It made him more visible. It made him a bigger target.
But the book also made Jimmy money. He earned royalties. He did interviews. He appeared on television. For the first time in his life, Jimmy was famous. The mob was even more furious. Jimmy wasn't just a rat. He was a rat who was profiting from his betrayal. He was making money by exposing mob secrets. He was making a spectacle of himself. The contracts on his life increased. Now the reward was reportedly $1 million. But Jimmy was protected. Federal marshals stayed with him everywhere he went. His location was secret. The mob couldn't get to him. Over the next decade, Jimmy lived quietly in witness protection. He gave occasional interviews, he testified when prosecutors needed him, but mostly he stayed hidden. He watched as the mob families he'd helped destroy struggled to recover. The Los Angeles family never really came back. By the 1990s, they were barely functional. The Chicago outfit was crippled. The San Francisco family collapsed. Jimmy had achieved what decades of FBI investigations couldn't do. He'd broken the mob's code of silence. He'd shown that even high-ranking mobsters would cooperate if the pressure was strong enough. And he'd lived to tell about it. Story 8. The End. June 27, 1993. Los Angeles, California. Jimmy Fratiano is at a hospital. He's 79 years old. He's been sick for months. Heart problems, diabetes complications, the accumulated damage of nearly 8 decades of life. His health has been declining for years, but he survived longer than most people expected. Most rats don't make it 5 years. Jimmy made it 15. The mob never got to him. The witness protection program worked. The federal marshals kept him safe. He lived longer than many of the mobsters who put contracts on his life. On June 27, 1993, Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano dies of natural causes at a hospital in Los Angeles. He's 79 years old. There's no funeral, no memorial service, just a quiet death in a hospital bed surrounded by federal agents instead of family. His real name, the one he'd been given in witness protection, was never publicly disclosed. His burial location was never revealed. The FBI wanted to make sure the mob couldn't desecrate his grave. Jimmy Fratiano left behind the complicated legacy. To law enforcement, he was a hero. He'd helped convict over 50 mobsters. He'd exposed the inner workings of multiple crime families. He'd shown that the mob's code of silence could be broken. And he lived to tell about it. Story 8. The End. June 27, 1993, Los Angeles, California. Jimmy Fratiano is at a hospital. He's 79 years old. He's been sick for months. Heart problems, diabetes complications, the accumulated damage of nearly 8 decades of life. His health has been declining for years, but he survived longer than most people expected. Most rats don't make it 5 years. Jimmy made it 15. The mob never got to him. The witness protection program worked. The federal marshals kept him safe. He lived longer than many of the mobsters who'd put contracts on his life. On June 27, 1993, Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano dies of natural causes at a hospital in Los Angeles. He's 79 years old. There's no funeral, no memorial service, just a quiet death in a hospital bed, surrounded by federal agents instead of family. His real name, the one he'd been given in witness protection, was never publicly disclosed. His burial location was never revealed. The FBI wanted to make sure the mob couldn't desecrate his grave. Jimmy Fratiano left behind the complicated legacy. To law enforcement, he was a hero. He'd helped convict over 50 mobs.
December 17, 1986, Dumont, New Jersey. Richard Kuklinski sits in his car outside a public park. He's meeting someone who says he can get him cyanide. Good quality, pure, the kind that kills fast. Kuklinski needs it for work. He's been killing people for 30 years. Guns, knives, tire irons, plastic bags. He's used everything. But cyanide is cleaner, quieter, harder to trace. The man arrives. They talk. They agree on a price. The man hands over the container. Kuklinski pays him $5,000 in cash. Then Kuklinski does something strange. He drives to a nearby store. He buys a hamburger and a dog.
He takes the dog to his car, he sprinkles some of the powder on the hamburger, he feeds it to the dog. The dog eats it, nothing happens. The dog is fine. Kuklinski realizes the cyanide is fake. The man he just met isn't a dealer, he's an undercover ATF agent. Kuklinski goes home. 2 hours later, federal agents surround this house. They arrest him. They charge him with attempting to purchase illegal substances. But that's not what the arrest is really about. The ATF has been investigating Kuklinski for 18 months. They know he's not just a drug dealer or a weapons buyer. They know he's one of the most prolific contract killers in American history. This is the story of Richard Kuklinski, how he killed his first man at 14, how he worked for the mob for 3 decades, how he murdered over 100 people, maybe more, and how, in the end, a fake bag of cyanide and a hamburger brought him down. Chapter 1. The Beginning. Richard Leonard Kuklinski was born on April 11, 1935, in Jersey City, New Jersey. His father, Stanley Kuklinski, was a Polish immigrant who worked at the railroad. He was also an alcoholic who beat his wife and children regularly. When Richard was 5 years old, Stanley beat his oldest son, Florian, so severely that the boy died. The parents told authorities Florian had fallen down the stairs. No investigation followed. Richard's mother, Anna, was a devout Catholic who also used violence to discipline her children. She would hit Richard with broom handles, wooden spoons, whatever was available. She told him he was worthless. She told him he would never amount to anything. By the time Richard was 10, he'd learned that violence was normal. It was how problems got solved. It was how you controlled people. It was how you survived. He was also learning that he was different from other children. He didn't feel empathy. He didn't feel guilt. When he hurt animals, and he did often, he didn't feel bad about it. He felt nothing. At 11, Richard killed his first cat. He tied it up and threw it off a building. He watched it die. He felt curious, not sad. By 13, he was killing neighborhood dogs and cats regularly. Sometimes he'd beat them to death, sometimes he'd drown them, sometimes he'd set them on fire. He was experimenting, learning what death looked like. At 14, Richard Kuklinski killed his first person. There was a boy in his neighborhood, Charlie Lane, who'd been bullying Richard for months. One day, Lane came at Richard with a wooden pole. Richard grabbed it, they fought. Richard beat Lane with the pole. He didn't stop until Lane was dead. Richard dragged the body to a nearby river and threw it in. The police found Lane's body a few days later. They questioned neighborhood kids. Richard said he didn't know anything. The case went unsolved. Richard was 14 years old. He'd just committed murder, and he felt nothing. Over the next few years, Richard became more violent. He got into fights constantly. He carried weapons, knives, clubs, brass knuckles. He was building a reputation. People knew not to mess with him. By 18, Richard was working as a film lab technician in Manhattan. It was legitimate work, but it didn't pay enough. And Richard had discovered something about himself. He liked money. He liked nice things. He wanted more than what a regular job could provide. So he started committing crimes on the side. Chapter 2. The Apprentice. In the late 1950s, Richard Kuklinski was running with a crew in Jersey City. They stole cars, they hijacked trucks, they fenced stolen goods. It was small-time criminal work, but it paid better than the film lab. Richard was good at it. He was calm under pressure. He didn't panic when things went wrong, and he wasn't afraid to use violence when necessary. But Richard wanted more. He wanted to work for real criminals, not car thieves, not small-time hijackers. He wanted to work for the mob.
In 1959, Richard met Roy the Mayo. The Mayo was a mobster connected to the Gambino crime family. He ran operations in Brooklyn, loan sharking, gambling, car theft rings. But his specialty was murder. If the Gambino family needed someone killed, the Mayo handled it. The Mayo saw potential in Richard. The kid was big, 6'5", over 250 pounds. He was strong, he was fearless, and most importantly, he had no problem with violence. The Mayo started using Richard for enforcement work. Someone owed money and wouldn't pay, Richard would collect. Someone was causing problems, Richard would handle it. Richard was good at this work, better than good. He was efficient, brutal, and emotionless. He could hurt people without feeling anything, and that made him valuable. By the early 1960s, Richard was working regularly for the Mayo. He was making decent money, $500, sometimes $1,000 per job, and he was learning. The Mayo taught Richard how the mob worked, how you never talked to cops, how you never left evidence, how you made problems disappear. And the Mayo taught Richard how to kill people professionally. Not the sloppy, angry violence Richard had used as a kid. Professional murder, planned, clean, untraceable. The Mayo explained, when you kill someone for the mob, you don't just shoot him and leave the body on the street. That attracts attention, that brings police, that creates problems. You make the body disappear. You cut it up. You dispose of the pieces in different locations. You make it like the person never existed. Richard learned, and he got very good at it. By the mid-1960s, Richard Kuklinski had killed dozens of people. Most were mob-related. Someone had testified against the wrong person. Someone had stolen money. Someone knew too much. The orders would come from the Mayo or one of the other connected guys, and Richard would handle it. But Richard also killed on his own. If someone disrespected him, he'd kill him. If someone looked at him wrong, he'd kill him. He was impulsive, unpredictable, dangerous. His method varied depending on the situation. Sometimes he used guns, a revolver to the head, quick and easy. But guns are loud. They attract attention. They leave evidence, shell casings, bullet trajectories, gunshot residue. Sometimes he used knives, quieter than guns, but messy, blood everywhere, hard to clean up. His favorite method became strangulation. No noise, no blood, just pressure on the throat until a person stopped breathing. It took a few minutes, but it was effective. But Richard's signature method, the one that would later earn him his nickname, was freezing.
Here's how it worked. Richard would kill someone using whatever method was convenient. Then, instead of disposing of the body immediately, he'd store it in a freezer, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months. When he was ready, he'd dump the body somewhere public, a park, an alley, the side of a highway. By the time police found it, decomposition would be advanced. Time of death would be impossible to determine accurately. The medical examiner would estimate time of death based on decomposition, but the body had been frozen. The decomposition timeline was wrong. Police would be investigating alibis for the wrong dates. Richard called it confusing the cops. Later, when the technique became known, people started calling Richard the Iceman. But freezing wasn't just about confusing time of death. It was also practical. Richard couldn't always dispose of a body immediately. Maybe the police were watching. Maybe the weather was bad. Maybe he just didn't feel like dealing with it that day. So he'd freeze the body and handle it later. By the early 1970s, Richard Kuklinski had perfected his craft. He was one of the most reliable contract killers in the New York area, and he was making good money, $10,000, sometimes $20,000 per hit. He bought a house in Dumont, New Jersey. He got married. He had children. From the outside, he looked like a normal family man. Nobody knew what he really did for a living. Chapter 4.
the family man. Barbara Pedrici met Richard Kuklinski in 1960. She was working as a secretary in New Jersey. Richard was 25, working at the film lab during the day and doing criminal work at night. He was charming when he wanted to be. He was well dressed. He seemed successful. They got married in 1961. They had 3 children, Merrick, Kristen, and Dwayne. Richard provided for his family. He bought a nice house. He paid for private schools. He took them on vacations. The Barbara and the kids, Richard was a good father and a good husband. But there was another side. Richard was controlling. He didn't want Barbara working. He didn't want her having friends. He wanted complete control over the household. If she questioned him, he'd become violent. He hit her, not constantly, but enough that she was afraid of him. Enough that she learned not to ask questions, not to challenge him, not to wonder where he went at night or why he sometimes came home with blood on his clothes. The children saw glimpses of their father's violence. They saw him hurt their mother. They saw him explode in rage over small things. But they also saw him buy them presents, take them to amusement parks, act like a loving father. Richard lived 2 lives. During the day, he was Richard Kuklinski, family man from Dumont. At night, he was the Iceman, contract killer for the mob. He was meticulous about keeping these lives separate. He never brought his work home. He never talked about what he did. He never let his family meet the people he worked with. But maintaining this double life required constant vigilance, and it was exhausting. By the mid-1970s, Richard was killing regularly, 2, sometimes 3 people per month. Some jobs were contracted through the mob. Some were personal. People who disrespected him, cut him off in traffic, looked at him wrong. Richard later claimed he killed over 100 people, maybe more. He couldn't remember exactly. After a while, he said, they all blurred together. Law enforcement had no idea. Richard had no criminal record for murder. He'd never been arrested for homicide. He was a suspect in a few missing persons cases, but nothing ever stuck. He was invisible, and that's exactly what he wanted.
Chapter 5. The Partners. In the late 1970s, Richard Kuklinski started working with a partner. His name was Robert Prongi. He was known as Mr. Softy because he drove an ice cream truck. But Prongi wasn't selling ice cream. He was another contract killer. Prongi had been military, special forces, or intelligence, Richard thought, though Prongi never confirmed it. He knew things, advanced killing techniques, poisons, explosives, how to make things look like accidents. Prongi taught Richard about cyanide. Cyanide is a poison that kills fast. You can put it in food, in drinks, in aerosol sprays. The victim doesn't taste it. They don't see it. They just collapse and die. It looks like a heart attack. Richard loved this. No noise, no mess, no evidence. Just a sudden death that looked natural. Prongi showed Richard how to get cyanide, how to prepare it, how to dose it correctly. They started using it on jobs together. But the partnership didn't last long. In 1984, Robert Prongi disappeared. His body was found weeks later in his ice cream truck, parked in a New Jersey lot. He'd been shot multiple times. Richard later claimed he killed Prongi. He said Prongi had become unreliable, paranoid. He said Prongi was going to talk to the police, so Richard killed him first. Or maybe Prongi was killed by someone else. Richard's stories changed over the years. He lied constantly, exaggerated, made himself sound more dangerous than he was. But whether Richard killed Prongi or not, one thing was clear. Richard had learned everything Prongi could teach him, and now Richard was using cyanide regularly on his jobs. Chapter 6. The Mistakes. By the mid-1980s, Richard Kuklinski was getting sloppy. He'd been killing people for 30 years. He'd gotten away with it for 3 decades. Never been caught, never been seriously investigated. He thought he was untouchable, but he was making mistakes. In 1980, Richard killed a man named George Malaband. Malaband was a small-time drug dealer who owed Richard money. Richard shot him and dumped the body. The problem, witnesses saw Richard's car near the crime scene. Police questioned Richard. He had an alibi. He said he was home with his family. The police couldn't prove otherwise, but now Richard was on their radar. In 1982, Richard killed a man named Louis Mazguy. Mazguy was a drug dealer who'd crossed Richard in a business deal. Richard shot him and froze the body. But Richard made an error. He kept the body frozen for too long, over 2 years. When he finally dumped it, the decomposition was wrong. Medical examiners could tell the body had been frozen. They started calling the killer the Iceman in the press. Police didn't know who the Iceman was, but they knew he existed, and they started looking. In 1983, Richard killed a man named Paul Hoffman. Hoffman was involved in a fraudulent film deal. Richard strangled him and dismembered the body, disposing of the parts in multiple locations. But Richard got careless. He used Hoffman's credit cards. He made purchases. He left a trail. Police tracked the card usage back to New Jersey, back to Dumont. They didn't have enough to arrest Richard, but they were getting closer. And then Richard made his biggest mistake. He started working with undercover agents. Chapter 7. The Investigation. In 1985, the New Jersey State Police and the ATF started a joint investigation into Richard Kuklinski. They knew he was involved in criminal activity. They suspected he was connected to multiple murders, but they had no proof, no witnesses, no physical evidence, just suspicions. They needed him to incriminate himself. So they sent in an undercover agent named Dominic Polifrone. Polifrone's cover story was simple. He was a hitman looking for work. He'd heard Richard was connected. He wanted to buy weapons, maybe do some jobs together. Polifrone approached Richard through a mutual contact. He introduced himself. He said he needed guns. Could Richard help?
Richard was suspicious at first. He didn't know this guy. He didn't trust him. But Polifrone was convincing. He knew the language. He knew the right people to mention. He seemed legitimate. Richard agreed to meet. Over the next 18 months, Polifrone and Richard met regularly. They'd have drinks. They'd talk. Polifrone would ask about weapons, about jobs, about people who needed killing. And Richard talked. He couldn't help himself. He liked to brag. He liked to tell stories about people he'd killed, jobs he'd done, techniques he perfected. Polifrone was wearing a wire. Every conversation was recorded. In one conversation, Richard described how he'd killed George Malaband, shot him twice, dumped the body. Simple. In another conversation, Richard talked about cyanide. He said he could kill someone with cyanide and it would look like a heart attack. No evidence, no investigation, just a sudden death. Polifrone asked if Richard could get him some cyanide. Richard said yes. That's when the investigation shifted. Now they had Richard on tape offering to provide illegal poisons. That was a crime they could prove. That was enough to arrest them. But they wanted more. They wanted Richard to incriminate himself on murder charges, not just weapons and poison charges. So Polifrone asked Richard to kill someone. He said he needed a problem taken care of, a guy who was causing trouble. Could Richard handle it? Richard said yes. He quoted a price, $50,000. He said he'd make it look like an accident, clean and professional. Polifrone agreed. He said he'd set up a meeting with the target. When Richard showed up, they'd arrest him. But before that meeting could happen, Richard needed to buy the cyanide. Chapter 8. The arrest. December 17, 1986. Richard Kuklinski meets Dominic Palafrone at a park in Dumont. Palafrone says he has the cyanide Richard wanted, pure stuff, $5,000. Richard brings the cash. They make the exchange. But Richard is cautious. He's been doing this for 30 years. He doesn't trust easily, so he decides to test the product. He drives to a store, he buys a hamburger, he buys a dog from someone nearby, just a random dog, probably a stray. He sprinkles some of the powder on the hamburger. He feeds it to the dog. He waits. The dog eats it. The dog is fine. Richard realizes he's been set up. The cyanide is fake. Palafrone is a cop. He goes home. What else can he do? If he runs, he looks guilty. If he stays, maybe they don't have enough to arrest him. 2 hours later, federal agents surround Richard's house. They have arrest warrants. They have evidence. 18 months of recorded conversations, testimony from Palafrone, proof that Richard attempted to purchase illegal substances and conspired to commit murder. Richard is arrested. Barbara and the kids watch as agents take him away in handcuffs. At the police station, Richard refuses to talk. He asks for a lawyer. The agents tell him they have him on tape. They have 18 months of recordings. They have him offering to kill people, discussing past murders, talking about cyanide. Richard still refuses to talk. But over the next few days, something changes. Maybe it's the realization that he's finally been caught. Maybe it's the fact that his family now knows what he really is. Maybe he just wants to tell his story. Richard starts talking, and once he starts, he doesn't stop.
Chapter 9. The Confessions. January 1987. Essex County Jail, New Jersey. Richard Kuklinski sits across from two psychiatrists, Dr. Park Dietz and Dr. Michael Baden. They're interviewing him for a psychiatric evaluation. They want to understand him. They want to know why he killed so many people. Richard tells them everything. He talks about his childhood, the beatings from his father, the abuse from his mother, the killing of neighborhood animals, the first murder at 14. He talks about Roy DeMeo, how DeMeo taught him to kill professionally, how he worked for the mob for decades, how he killed anyone they told him to kill, no questions asked. He talks about his methods, the guns, the knives, the strangulation, the freezing technique that earned him his nickname. He talks about specific murders, George Maliband, Louis Masgay, Paul Hoffman, dozens of others. Some he remembers clearly, some are vague, some he's forgotten entirely. The psychiatrists ask him, "How many people did you kill?" Richard says, "I don't know, over 100, maybe more. After a while, I lost count." They ask him, "Did you feel anything when you killed them?" Richard says, "No, nothing. It was just a job." They ask him, "Do you feel remorse now?" Richard says, "No. They were just targets. They weren't people to me." The psychiatrists conclude that Richard is a psychopath. He lacks empathy. He has no conscience. He's incapable of feeling guilt or remorse for his actions. But Richard is also intelligent. He's articulate. He understands right and wrong intellectually, even if he doesn't feel it emotionally. He knows what he did was wrong. He just don't care. Meanwhile, prosecutors are building their case. They have the recordings from the undercover operation. They have Richard's confession to multiple murders. They have forensic evidence linking Richard to several crime scenes. But there's a problem. Most of the bodies are gone. Richard disposed of them too well. Without bodies, it's hard to prove murder. The prosecutors decide to focus on 5 cases where they have strong evidence. 1. George Maliband, shot in 1980, body found. Witnesses place Richard near the scene. 2.
Louis Masgay, shot in 1981, body frozen and dumped in 1983. Richard confessed to this murder on tape. 3. Paul Hoffman, strangled in 1983, body dismembered. Richard used Hoffman's credit cards, creating a financial trail. 4. Gary Smith, killed in 1982. Richard confessed to this murder during interrogation. 5. Daniel Deppner, killed in 1983. Richard confessed to this murder as well. 5 murder charges. If convicted on all counts, Richard would face life in prison. The trial was scheduled for 1988. Chapter 10. The Trial. March 1988. New Jersey Superior Court. The trial of Richard Kuklinski begins. The prosecution is led by Deputy Attorney General Robert Carroll. The defense is led by Neil Frank. The prosecution strategy is simple. Present the evidence, play the recordings, show the jury what Richard said in his own words. They called Dominic Polifrone to the stand. Polifrone testifies about his 18 months undercover with Richard. He describes the conversations. He describes Richard's offers to provide weapons, poison, and murder for hire. They play the recordings. The jury hears Richard's voice. They hear him talking about killing people. They hear him offering to commit murder. They hear him discussing cyanide. The prosecution calls forensic experts. They present evidence from the crime scenes. They present financial records showing Richard using Paul Hoffman's credit cards. They present testimony from witnesses who saw Richard near the George Maliband crime scene. The defense's strategy is more complicated. They can't deny the recordings. Richard's voice is clearly identifiable. They can't deny the confessions. Richard admitted to the murders. So, they argue diminished capacity. They say Richard is mentally ill. They say he's an antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, paranoid personality disorder. They say he's not fully responsible for his actions.
They call their own psychiatrist, who testifies that Richard suffers from multiple mental disorders. The psychiatrist says Richard's childhood trauma, the abuse, the violence, damaged his ability to feel empathy or control his impulses. The prosecution counters. Mental illness doesn't excuse murder. Richard knew what he was doing. He planned his crimes. He took precautions to avoid getting caught. He's not insane. He's evil. The trial lasts 5 weeks. The jury deliberates for 3 days. On April 18, 1988, they return their verdict: guilty on all 5 murder counts. Richard Kuklinski is sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms in prison, 240 years minimum before parole eligibility. He's sent to Trenton State Prison in New Jersey. Chapter 11. The Interviews. In prison, Richard Kuklinski became famous. Documentary filmmakers wanted to interview him. Authors wanted to write books about him. Journalists wanted his story. Richard agreed. He liked the attention. He liked talking about himself, and he had nothing else to do. In 1991, HBO produced a documentary about Richard called The Iceman Tapes: Conversations with a Killer. The filmmaker, James Tabor, interviewed Richard extensively in prison. In the interviews, Richard talked about his childhood, his murders, his methods. He was calm, almost casual as he described killing over 100 people. He told stories: the time he killed a man just to see what it felt like, the time he killed someone for cutting him off in traffic, the time he fed a man alive to rats just to see how long he'd survive. Some of these stories were true, some were exaggerated, some were completely fabricated. Richard lied constantly. He made himself sound more dangerous than he was. He enjoyed the fear he created. But some details were verifiable. Forensic evidence supported some of his claims. Police found bodies in locations Richard described. Families of missing persons identified victims based on Richard's descriptions. The documentary aired in 1992. It was watched by millions. Richard Kuklinski became known as one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. A second documentary followed in 2001, The Iceman Tapes: Conversations with a Killer Part 2. More interviews, more stories, more lies mixed with truth. Richard claimed he'd killed 100 people, maybe 200. He claimed he'd worked for all 5 New York crime families. He claimed he'd killed Jimmy Hoffa, though no evidence supported this. Law enforcement believed he'd killed between 60 and 100 people, maybe more. It was impossible to verify exact numbers. Too many bodies were never found. Too many murders were never reported. But Richard didn't care about accuracy. He cared about his reputation. He wanted to be remembered as the most dangerous killer who ever lived. And in a way, he succeeded. Chapter 12. The Family. Barbara Kuklinski filed for divorce in 1988, shortly after Richard's conviction. For 27 years, she'd been married to a serial killer and never knew. Or maybe she suspected but didn't want to know. Either way, when the truth came out, she had to decide what to do. She divorced him. She changed the name. She moved away from Dumont. She tried to rebuild her life. The children struggled. They'd loved their father. They'd believed he was a good man. Now they had to reconcile that image with the reality. Their father was a monster who'd killed over 100 people.
Marek, the oldest daughter, defended her father publicly. She said he'd been a good father to her. She said she still loved him. She said the abuse allegations were exaggerated. Christine, the middle child, was more conflicted. She acknowledged her father's crimes. She acknowledged the violence in their home. But she also remembered good moments, birthdays, vacations, times when he'd been kind. Dwayne, the youngest, struggled the most. He'd grown up with violence. He'd seen his father hurt his mother. He'd inherited some of his father's temper. As an adult, Dwayne had his own problems with anger and violence. The family fractured. Some members kept in touch with Richard in prison. Others cut ties completely. Barbara wrote a book about her experience, The Iceman, the true story of a cold-blooded killer. She described her life with Richard, the fear, the control, the realization that the man she'd married was capable of unimaginable evil. Richard read the book. He was angry. He said Barbara was lying, exaggerating, making money off his crimes. He said she'd known more than she claimed. He said she was complicit. But Richard's anger didn't matter anymore. He was in prison. He would die in prison. His family had moved on. Chapter 14. The Death. March 5th, 2006, Trenton State Prison, New Jersey. Richard Kuklinski wakes up feeling sick. He has trouble breathing. His chest hurts. He calls for a guard. Prison medical staff examine him. They determine he's having some kind of respiratory distress. They send him to the prison infirmary. By evening, Richard's condition is worsened. He's transferred to St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton. Doctors diagnose him with inflammation of the blood vessels. It's a rare condition. It's often fatal. There's no cure, only treatment to manage symptoms. Richard's body is failing. 70 years of violence, stress, and prison life have taken their toll. Over the next few days, Richard's condition deteriorates. His organs are shutting down. Doctors say there's nothing they can do. On March 5th, 2006, Richard Leonard Kuklinski dies at St. Francis Medical Center. He's 70 years old. The official cause of death is listed as inflammation of the blood vessels, but some people suspect something else. Richard was scheduled to testify in a murder case. He was going to provide information about mob activities in the 1970s and 80s. He was going to name names. Some people believe Richard was poisoned, that someone, maybe connected to the mob, maybe someone else, arranged for him to die before he could testify. There's no evidence for this theory. No investigation was conducted.
Richard was an old man with serious health problems. His death wasn't suspicious enough to warrant scrutiny, but the timing was convenient. And for people who'd followed Richard's case, the idea that the Iceman was killed with poison, his own preferred method, had a certain symmetry to it. Richard was cremated. His ashes were given to his daughter, Merrick. There was no funeral, no memorial service, just a quiet end to one of the most violent lives in American criminal history. Chapter 14, The Truth. How many people did Richard Kuklinski really kill? He claimed over 100, maybe 200, but Richard lied constantly. He exaggerated. He made up stories to sound more dangerous. Law enforcement believes the real number is between 60 and 100. That's still an enormous body count. That still makes him one of the most prolific killers in American history. But exact numbers are impossible to verify. Many of the bodies were never found. Many of the murders were never reported. Richard claimed credit for killings he didn't commit. He denied killings he did commit. Some of his most famous stories are questionable. He claimed he killed Jimmy Hoffa. No evidence supports this. Most investigators believe Hoffa was killed by Detroit mobsters, not a freelance killer from New Jersey. He claimed he fed a man to rats. Possible, but unverified. No body was ever found. No witness ever corroborated the story. He claimed he killed Roy DeMeo, also questionable. DeMeo was found dead in 1983, killed by his own crew. Most evidence points to other Gambino family members, not Richard. Richard's confessions were a mix of truth and fiction. Some details were accurate, some were embellished, some were completely fabricated. But here's what we know for certain. Richard Kuklinski was convicted of 5 murders. George Malaband, Louis Mazgay, Paul Hoffman, Gary Smith, and Daniel Deppner. Those 5 are confirmed. Police believe Richard was responsible for at least 20 additional murders based on evidence, witness statements, and Richard's own detailed confessions that matched crime scene information. Beyond that, it's speculation. 60 kills? 100? 200? We'll never know. What we do know is that Richard Kuklinski spent 30 years killing people. He worked for the mob, he killed for money, and sometimes he killed for no reason at all. He was a psychopath. He lacked empathy. He had no conscience. He was one of the most dangerous criminals in American history. And for 30 years, nobody knew. Chapter 15, The Lesson. Richard Kuklinski got away with murder for 3 decades. He killed over 60 people, maybe 100, and nobody caught him. He lived a normal life in suburbia. He had a wife and kids. He went to his daughter's school plays. He coached Little League. And at night, he killed people for money. He got away with it for so long because he was smart. He was careful. He varied his methods. He disposed of bodies properly. He didn't leave evidence. He didn't talk. But in the end, he got caught because of ego. He couldn't stop bragging. He couldn't resist telling stories. When an undercover agent approached him, Richard could have walked away. He could have said no. He could have stayed quiet. But he wanted to impress someone. He wanted to show how dangerous he was. He wanted recognition. So he talked. And those conversations destroyed him. Richard Kuklinski spent 30 years as a contract killer. He spent 18 years in prison, dying slowly from the inflammation of the blood vessels that eventually killed him. The Iceman melted, and the world found out what he really was. Not an unstoppable killer, not a criminal genius, just a violent man who got lucky for a long time, until his luck ran out.
December 16th, 1985, Manhattan, 5:46 p.m. Paul Castellano steps out of his Lincoln Town Car on East 46th Street. His underboss, Thomas Bellotti, is with him. They're going to dinner at Sparks Steakhouse. It's a routine meeting. Castellano has done this hundreds of times. Three men in identical trench coats and fur hats stand on the sidewalk near the restaurant entrance. Castellano doesn't recognize him. He should. The first shot hits Castellano in the head, then the chest, then again and again. 6 bullets total. Bellotti tries to run. He makes it 3 steps, 6 more shots. Both men are dead before they hit the pavement. A dark car pulls up. The 3 shooters get in. The car disappears into evening traffic. 4 blocks away, John Gotti sits in a parked car watching. He just became boss at a Gambino crime family, and he just made the biggest mistake of his life. This is the story of how John Gotti spent 10 years building an empire and 7 years watching it collapse. How he became the most famous mobster in America, how the FBI spent millions trying to catch him, and how, in the end, it wasn't the government that destroyed him. It was his own underboss. Chapter 1. The Outsider. John Joseph Gotti is born on October 27, 1940, in the South Bronx. His father, John Gotti Sr., was a day laborer who struggled to find consistent work. His mother, Fanny, raised 5 boys in a small apartment. The family moved constantly, always looking for cheaper rent, always 1 month behind bills. By the time Gotti was 12, the family had settled in East New York, Brooklyn. It was 1952. The neighborhood was controlled by the Gambino crime family, and for a kid with no money, no education, and no prospects, the mob was the only way out. Gotti started running errands for local mobsters. He stole cars. He hijacked trucks. He was good at it. By 16, he dropped out of school permanently. By 18, he was working for Carmine Fatico, a captain in the Gambino family who ran a crew out of the Virgin Hunt and Fish Club in Ozone Park, Queens. Fatico saw potential in Gotti. The kid was tough, he was loyal, he wasn't afraid of violence, and he had something else, charisma. People liked him. They wanted to be around him. In the mob, that matters. But Gotti had a problem. He wasn't a good earner. The mob runs on money. Captains need to earn. They run gambling, loan sharking, hijacking, extortion. They kick money up to their boss. The boss kicks money up to the family administration. Everyone gets a piece. Gotti preferred hijacking. He'd steal trucks full of merchandise, clothes, cigarettes, appliances, and sell everything to fences. But hijacking is risky. You can get caught, you can get shot, and you can't do it every day. Other mobsters were making steady money from gambling and loan sharking. Gotti was stealing trucks. Still, he was moving up. In 1968, Carmine Fatico got promoted. He became a captain officially, and he made Gotti his acting captain, running the Virgin Hunt and Fish Club while Fatico handled bigger operations. Gotti was 28 years old. He was married, he had kids, and he was running a crew of 20 guys, all looking at him for leadership and money. Then, in 1972, everything changed. Chapter 2. The Murder. May 22, 1973. Howard Beach, Queens. John Gotti's 12-year-old son, Frank, is riding a motorized mini-bike in the street. A car driven by John Favara, her neighbor, hits him. Frank Gotti is dragged under the car. He dies at the hospital later that day. The police investigate. They determine it was an accident. Witnesses say Frank rode into traffic. Favara didn't have time to stop. No charges are filed. John Gotti doesn't care what the police say. For weeks, Gotti's wife, Victoria, is inconsolable. She blames Favara. She tells Gotti Favara needs to pay. Gotti agrees, but he's smart enough to wait. 4 months pass. On July 28, 1973, John Favara is leaving work at a furniture factory in New Hyde Park. As he walks to his car, a van pulls up. Two men grab Favara. They force him into the van. The van drives away. John Favara is never seen again. No body is ever found. No arrests are ever made. The rumors are consistent. Favara was taken to a mob-connected auto body shop. He was tortured. He was killed. His body was put in a car that was crushed in a compactor. The metal cube was buried or melted down. The FBI investigated. They questioned Gotti. They questioned his crew. Nobody talked. Nobody knew anything. The case went cold. But everyone in the neighborhood knew the truth, and the message was clear. John Gotti doesn't forgive. The Favara murder changed something in Gotti. Before, he'd been careful. He'd followed orders. He'd stayed quiet. After his son's death, he became more aggressive, more willing to use violence, more willing to take risks. And the Gambino family administration noticed.
Chapter 3. The Making. December 1977. Carlo Gambino dies. He'd been boss at Gambino family since 1957, 20 years at the top. He kept the family disciplined, profitable, and relatively quiet. Law enforcement knew about him, but they could never build a strong case. Before his death, Gambino chose his successor, Paul Castellano, his brother-in-law. It was a controversial choice. Castellano wasn't from the streets. He ran legitimate businesses, construction companies, meat distribution, real estate. He was careful with money. He avoided violence. He wanted the family to look legitimate. The problem? Most of the family's money came from traditional mob activities: gambling, loan sharking, hijacking, drug trafficking. And the guys doing that work, the captains and soldiers, didn't respect Castellano. One of those captains was Agnello Della Croce. Della Croce had been Carlo Gambino's underboss. He was old-school mob. He'd killed people. He'd run operations in Manhattan for decades. He commanded respect from every crew in the family. Most people thought Della Croce would become boss when Gambino died, but Gambino chose Castellano instead. To keep the peace, Castellano made Della Croce his underboss, and Castellano made a deal. Della Croce would control the family's street crews, the Manhattan operations, the Queens operations, the crews that made money from gambling and loan sharking. Castellano would focus on the legitimate businesses. It was an uneasy arrangement, but it worked for a while. John Gotti reported to Della Croce. He was part of Della Croce's faction, and Della Croce liked Gotti. He saw the same qualities Carmine Fatico had seen: loyalty, toughness, charisma. In 1977, Della Croce arranged for Gotti to become a made man. The induction ceremony was held at a house in Brooklyn. John Gotti was brought into a room with the family's administration. They performed the ritual: the pricked finger, the burning saint card, the oath of loyalty. John Gotti was now officially a member of the Gambino crime family. He couldn't be killed without permission from the boss. He had protection, he had status, and he had ambition. Chapter 4. The Hijacker. By the late 1970s, Gotti was running a significant operation out of the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. He had a crew with 20 to 30 associates. They were hijacking trunks at JFK Airport, stealing shipments of clothes, electronics, and cigarettes. They were running small gambling operations in Queens. They were loan sharking, lending money at high interest rates to people who couldn't get bank loans. But Gotti still wasn't a major earner compared to other captains in the family. Part of the problem was his spending. Gotti dressed in expensive suits. He wore custom-made shoes. He ate at the best restaurants. He tipped extravagantly. He gambled constantly, betting on sports, playing cards, going to racetracks. He lived like he was rich, but he wasn't. Other mobsters noticed. They respected Gotti's toughness. They liked his personality, but they questioned his judgment. Why was he spending money he didn't have? Why wasn't he focusing on earning? Castellano noticed too. He didn't like Gotti. He thought he was reckless. He thought he attracted too much attention, and he thought he was involved in drug trafficking. Castellano had a rule: no drugs. He'd banned drug dealing in the Gambino family. Anyone caught selling drugs would be killed. It was non-negotiable. The problem: many of Gotti's crew members would deal in drugs, and Castellano suspected Gotti knew about it, even if he wasn't directly involved. In 1980, the FBI arrested several members of Gotti's crew on drug charges. They had wiretap evidence. They had testimony from informants. The case was strong. Castellano was furious. He summoned Gotti to a meeting. He told Gotti that if any of his crew members were convicted of drug trafficking, Gotti would be held responsible, and the penalty would be death. Gotti protested. He said he didn't know about the drug dealing. He said his crew members had acted without his knowledge. He said he'd enforce Castellano's rules. Castellano didn't believe him, but he couldn't prove it, so he let Gotti go with a warning. The relationship between Castellano and Gotti was now openly hostile.
Chapter 5. The Trial. March 1985. John Gotti goes on trial in federal court in Brooklyn. The charges: racketeering and conspiracy to murder. The prosecution's case focuses on a murder from 1979. John McBratney, a small-time criminal, had kidnapped and killed a nephew of Carlo Gambino. Gambino wanted revenge. He ordered Gotti to kill McBratney. Gotti and two associates, Angelo Ruggiero and Ralph Gallione, tracked McBratney to a bar on Staten Island. They walked in, they identified themselves as police officers, they tried to kidnap McBratney. McBratney fought back. Gotti shot him 3 times. McBratney died on the bar floor. Gotti was arrested and charged with murder, but he negotiated a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to attempted manslaughter. He served less than 2 years in prison. Now, 6 years later, the federal government was using that same murder to build a racketeering case. They argued that Gotti had committed the murder as part of his role in the Gambino crime family. Under RICO law, that made it racketeering. The government also had wiretap evidence. They'd bugged Angelo Ruggiero's house. They'd recorded thousands of conversations. In those conversations, Ruggiero discussed drug dealing, murders, and Gambino family business. Some of those conversations mentioned Gotti. The trial lasted 5 weeks. The prosecution presented FBI agents who testified about surveillance. They presented transcripts of wiretapped conversations. They presented testimony from cooperating witnesses. Gotti's defense attorney, Bruce Cutler, attacked the credibility of the witnesses. He argued that the wiretaps were taken out of context. He argued that the government was targeting Gotti because of his association with the mob, not because of any specific crimes. The jury deliberated for 7 days. On March 13, 1986, they returned a verdict: not guilty on all counts. John Gotti walked out of the courthouse a free man. News cameras surrounded him. Reporters asked for his reaction. Gotti smiled. He said, "Shame on them." It was the first time Gotti had beaten federal charges. It wouldn't be the last. And the media loved it. Here was a mobster who dressed well, spoke confidently, and beat the government in court. They started calling him the Dapper Don, and later the Teflon Don, because nothing stuck. But while Gotti was celebrating, something else was happening, something that would change everything. Chapter 6. The Death of Della Croce. December 2nd, 1985. Anil Della Croce dies at Mary Immaculate Hospital in Queens.
He's 71 years old. The cause of death is lung cancer. Della Croce had been underboss at a Gambino family for 8 years. He'd kept the peace between Paul Castellano's faction and the street crews. He'd protected John Gotti from Castellano's anger. Now he was gone, and that created a problem for Gotti. Castellano was still furious about the drug dealing in Gotti's crew. Angelo Ruggiero, Gotti's closest friend, had been dealing drugs for years. The FBI had tapes of Ruggiero discussing it. Castellano had demanded to hear those tapes. He wanted to know if Gotti was involved. Gotti refused. He said the tapes were FBI evidence. He said giving them to Castellano would compromise his legal defense. But everyone knew the real reason. The tapes incriminated Gotti. If Castellano heard him, he'd have proof that Gotti had violated the family's drug rule, and the penalty was death. With Della Croce alive, Gotti had protection. Della Croce wouldn't let Castellano kill one of his captains without a very good reason. But now Della Croce was dead. Gotti knew what was coming. Castellano was going to demand the tapes again, and if Gotti refused, Castellano would interpret that as proof of guilt. He'd order Gotti killed. Gotti had two choices: wait for Castellano to act or act first. He chose to act first. Planning the murder of a mob boss is complicated. First, you need permission from the Commission, the ruling body of the 5 New York crime families. The Commission exists to prevent unauthorized wars between families. If you want to kill a boss, you need approval. Gotti didn't have permission. He didn't even ask. Second, you need allies. You can't kill a boss alone. You need support from other captains, from other families, from people who will back you after the murder. Gotti had allies. Several Gambino captains were unhappy with Castellano. They thought he was out of touch. They thought he focused too much on legitimate businesses and not enough on traditional mob activities. They didn't respect the street crews. Sammy Gravano was one of those captains. He ran a crew in Brooklyn. He was a good earner. Construction extortion, labor racketeering, loan sharking. He'd been loyal to Castellano, but he'd grown frustrated. Castellano wasn't sharing profits fairly. Castellano was making decisions without consulting his captains.
Gotti approached Gravano. He said Castellano needed to go. He said Castellano was going to kill them both. Gotti for the drug dealing, Gravano for being too close to Gotti. Gravano agreed to help. They recruited Frank the Chico, another Gambino captain. The Chico had been close to Castellano, but he also believed Castellano had to go. Together, Gotti, Gravano, and the Chico started planning. They needed shooters, people who would actually pull the triggers. They recruited soldiers from their crews. They picked men who were tough, reliable, and willing to kill a boss. They needed a location. They decided on Sparks Steakhouse on East 46th Street in Manhattan. Castellano ate there regularly. It was a public place, which made surveillance difficult for law enforcement, and it was close enough to Queens that the shooters could disappear quickly after the hit. They needed a date. They chose December 16, 1985. Castellano had a meeting scheduled that night. He'd be at Sparks at 6 p.m. On the day of the hit, the shooters arrived at Sparks early. They were dressed identically, long trench coats, fur hats. The idea was to make identification difficult. If witnesses saw them, they'd remember the coats and hats, not the faces. John Gotti and Sammy Gravano parked 4 blocks away. They waited in a car, monitoring police scanners. If something went wrong, they'd know immediately. At 5:46 p.m., Paul Castellano's Lincoln Town car pulled up to Sparks Steakhouse. Castellano stepped out. His underboss, Thomas Bellotti, was with him. They walked toward the restaurant entrance. The 3 shooters moved in. 6 shots hit Castellano.
He died on the sidewalk. Bellotti tried to run. 6 more shots. He died 3 steps later. The shooters got into a waiting car and disappeared. The entire hit took less than 30 seconds. 4 blocks away, Gotti and Gravano heard the news on the police scanner. They drove away. John Gotti had just become boss at a Gambino crime family. Chapter 8. The Coronation. December 19, 1985, 3 days after the Castellano murder. The captains at a Gambino family meet at a house in Queens. It's a formal meeting, a sit-down to discuss leadership. John Gotti walks in. He's already acted like the boss. He's called the meeting, he's summoned the captains, he's making decisions. Frank DeCicco nominates Gotti for boss. Several other captains support the nomination. Nobody objects, not publicly at least. John Gotti is officially named boss at a Gambino crime family. He appoints Frank DeCicco as underboss. He keeps Sammy Gravano as a captain, but makes it clear that Gravano is his most trusted advisor. The family is Gotti's now. But the FBI knows what happened. They know Gotti ordered the Castellano hit. They know Gotti violated the commission's rules by killing a boss without permission. And they know that if they can prove it, they can charge Gotti with murder and racketeering. The problem, they have no evidence, no witnesses, no wiretaps, just speculation. Still, the FBI makes Gotti their #1 priority. They assign dozens of agents to surveil him. They plant bugs in the Ravenite Social Club, Gotti's new headquarters in Little Italy. They follow him everywhere. Gotti doesn't care. In fact, he seems to enjoy it. He starts holding his walk talks, meetings conducted while walking around the block, where he assumes the FBI can't record him. He wears expensive suits. He tips doormen $50 bills. He stops to talk with people on the street. He's performing. He's building a public image, and the media loves it. Newspapers start writing profiles of Gotti. They describe his suits, his hair, his confidence. They call him the Dapper Don because of his expensive clothes. They call him the Teflon Don because prosecutors can't make charges stick. Gotti becomes a celebrity. He appears on magazine covers. He's recognized on the street. People ask for autographs. For a mobster, this is disastrous. The mob thrives on secrecy. You don't want attention. You don't want the FBI watching you constantly. You don't want the media writing articles about you. But Gotti doesn't see it that way. He thinks the publicity helps him. He thinks the public likes him. He thinks being famous makes him untouchable. He's wrong. Chapter 9. The Investigation. January 1986. The FBI creates a special task force dedicated to John Gotti. They call it the Gambino Squad. Its only mission, gather evidence to prosecute Gotti. The squad is led by Bruce Moo, an FBI supervisor who'd been investigating organized crime for 20 years. Moo is meticulous, patient, and obsessed with taking down Gotti. The first step, surveillance. FBI agents follow Gotti everywhere. They photograph him entering and leaving the Ravenite Social Club. They document his meetings with other mobsters. They track his movements across New York. But surveillance alone isn't enough. They need to hear Gotti talking. They need him to incriminate himself on tape. The FBI gets court orders to plant bugs in the Ravenite. They break into the building at night while Gotti's crew is gone. They install listening devices in the walls, in the ceiling, in the light fixtures. But Gotti is careful. He never discusses serious business in the main room at a Ravenite. He assumes the FBI is listening. So he takes important conversations upstairs to a small apartment above the club. The FBI realizes this, and in November 1989, they get another court order, this time to bug the apartment. They break in again, they install more listening devices, and then they wait. For over a year, the FBI records conversations in that apartment.
They hear Gotti discussing murders. They hear him planning extortion schemes. They hear him giving orders to captains. But they also hear something else. They hear Gotti complaining about Sammy Gravano. Chapter 10. The tapes. The recordings from the Ravenite apartment are devastating. In one conversation, Gotti talks about the Castellano murder. He doesn't explicitly admit to ordering it, but he discusses the aftermath. He talks about why it was necessary. He talks about who supported him. In another conversation, Gotti discusses a murder he ordered in 1986. A Gambino soldier named Louis De Bono had failed to show up for a meeting. Gotti took this as disrespect. He ordered De Bono killed. De Bono's body was found in the trunk of a car at the World Trade Center parking garage. On tape, Gotti says, I called him again, then I had him whacked. In other conversations, Gotti complains about Sammy Gravano. He says Gravano is getting too much credit for the family's success. He says Gravano is making too much money. He suggests that Gravano might be getting too powerful. These aren't throwaway comments. Gotti is criticizing his underboss. He's questioning Gravano's loyalty. And in the mob, that's a warning sign. If Gotti goes to trial and gets convicted, he might blame Gravano. He might say Gravano acted without authorization. He might sacrifice Gravano to save himself. Sammy Gravano doesn't know the tapes exist yet, but when he finds out, it will change everything. Chapter 11. The Arrest. December 11th, 1990, 6:45 a.m. FBI agents surround the Ravenite Social Club. They have arrest warrants for John Gotti, Sammy Gravano, and Frank Locascio, Gotti's consigliere. Gotti arrives at the Ravenite at 7 a.m., like he does every morning. FBI agents are waiting. They arrest him on the sidewalk. News cameras are already there, filming. Gotti is charged with racketeering, conspiracy to commit murder, obstruction of justice, illegal gambling, and loan sharking. The indictment lists 13 different crimes. Sammy Gravano is arrested at his house in Brooklyn. Frank Locascio is arrested at his home in Queens. All three are held without bail. At the arraignment, federal prosecutors present the FBI's evidence. They have the wiretap recordings from the Ravenite, they have surveillance footage, they have testimony from cooperating witnesses. The judge denies bail. Gotti, Gravano, and Locascio are sent to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan to await trial.
Gotti is confident. He's beaten federal charges before. He's beaten the RICO Act before. He thinks his lawyer, Bruce Cutler, will get him acquitted again. But there's a problem. The judge rules that Bruce Cutler can't represent Gotti at trial. The FBI has evidence that Cutler has been helping Gotti obstruct justice, passing messages to witnesses, helping Gotti avoid surveillance. The judge disqualifies Cutler as a potential witness. Gotti has to find a new lawyer. He hires Albert Krieger, an experienced criminal defense attorney. But Krieger doesn't know the case as well as Cutler. He doesn't have the same relationship with Gotti. And while Gotti is preparing for trial, his lawyers make a request. They want to review all the FBI's evidence, including the Ravenite tapes. The prosecutors agree. They give Gotti's lawyers copies of the recordings. And that's when Sammy Gravano hears himself on the tapes. Chapter 12. The Decision. Sammy Gravano was sitting in a holding cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. His lawyer comes to visit. The lawyer brings transcripts of the Ravenite tapes. He tells Gravano, "You need to read these." Gravano reads the transcripts. He sees the conversations where Gotti criticizes him. He sees the comments about him making too much money, getting too much credit. He sees Gotti questioning his loyalty. And Gravano realizes something. If Gotti gets convicted, Gotti will try to save himself by blaming Gravano. He'll say Gravano acted without authorization. He'll say Gravano ordered murders on his own. He'll sacrifice Gravano. Gravano has been loyal to Gotti for years. He helped kill Paul Castellano. He helped Gotti become boss. He's committed murders for Gotti. He's made money for Gotti. And this is how Gotti repays him, by setting him up to take the fall. Gravano makes a decision. He tells his lawyer to contact the prosecutors. He says he wants to cooperate. The prosecutors are stunned. Sammy Gravano is the underboss at a Gambino crime family. He's John Gotti's most trusted associate, and he's willing to testify against Gotti. The prosecutors make an offer. Gravano pleads guilty to racketeering. He admits to participating in 19 murders. In exchange, he gets a reduced sentence, 5 years instead of life, and after he serves his time, he enters the witness protection program. Gravano agrees. On November 8, 1991, 1 month before Gotti's trial is scheduled to begin, Sammy Gravano signs a cooperation agreement with the federal government. John Gotti has no idea. Chapter 13. The Trial. January 21, 1992. The trial of John Gotti begins in federal court in Brooklyn. The prosecution is led by Andrew Maloney, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York. He's been preparing for this trial for 2 years. He knows the evidence, he knows the witnesses, he knows he can win. The defense is led by Albert Krieger. He's confident but cautious. He knows the government has strong evidence, but he doesn't know about Sammy Gravano yet. The first few days of the trial proceed normally. The prosecution calls FBI agents to testify about surveillance. They present wiretap recordings. They establish that John Gotti is the boss of a Gambino crime family. Then, on day 6 of the trial, the prosecution calls their star witness. The government calls Salvatore Gravano. The courtroom goes silent. John Gotti's face doesn't change, but his lawyers are shocked. They didn't know Gravano had flipped. Nobody did. Sammy Gravano walks into the courtroom. He's wearing a suit. He looks calm. He sits down in the witness stand. For the next 9 days, Gravano testifies. He describes the structure of the Gambino family. He explains how the mob works, how money flows up from soldiers to captains to bosses. He describes murders, extortion schemes, labor racketeering, and he describes John Gotti's role in all of it. Gravano testifies about the Castellano murder. He says Gotti ordered it. He says he and Gotti sat in a car 4 blocks away listening to police scanners. He says Gotti became boss because he killed Castellano. Gravano testifies about other murders, the Louis De Bono murder, the Robert DiBernardo murder, the Eddie Lino murder. He says Gotti ordered all of them.
Gravano testifies about how Gotti ran the family. He says Gotti held meetings at the Ravenite. He says Gotti gave orders to captains. He says Gotti controlled every major decision in the family. The defense tries to discredit Gravano. They point out that he's admitted to killing 19 people. They say he's a liar, a murderer, a criminal. They say he's testifying to save himself. But Gravano doesn't crack. He answers every question calmly. He admits he's a criminal. He admits he's made a deal, but he says everything he's testifying about is true. The prosecution also plays the Ravenite tapes. The jury hears Gotti's voice discussing murders, giving orders, running the family. The defense argues that the tapes are taken out of context. They say Gotti's just talking, not confessing. They say the government is reading too much into casual conversations. But the tapes are clear. Gotti's voice, Gotti's words, Gotti's orders. The trial lasts 6 weeks. The jury deliberates for 14 hours. On April 2nd, 1992, they return a verdict. Guilty on all counts. John Gotti is convicted of racketeering, conspiracy to commit murder, obstruction of justice, illegal gambling, and loan sharking. The judge sentences him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The Teflon Don isn't Teflon anymore.
Chapter 14, The Aftermath. June 23, 1992. John Gotti is transferred to the United States Penitentiary in Marion, Illinois. It's a maximum security prison. Gotti is placed in solitary confinement, 23 hours in a small cell, 1 hour of exercise in a concrete yard. He appeals his conviction. His lawyers argue that the trial was unfair, that the judge made errors, that Gravano's testimony was unreliable. The appeals court rejects every argument. Gotti files more appeals. They're all rejected. He remains in solitary confinement for 10 years. Meanwhile, the Gambino family is in chaos. With Gotti in prison, there's no clear leadership. Acting bosses take over, but they're constantly getting arrested. The FBI has informants in every crew. The family can't operate like it used to. Sammy Gravano serves 5 years in prison. He's released in 1997 and enters the Witness Protection Program. He's given a new identity and relocated to Arizona. But Gravano can't stay quiet. In 2000, Gravano is arrested in Arizona. He's been running an ecstasy drug distribution ring. He's convicted and sentenced to 19 years in federal prison. John Gotti never forgives Gravano. In letters from prison, he calls Gravano a rat, a coward, a traitor. He says Gravano destroyed the Gambino family. He says Gravano violated everything the mob stands for. But Gotti also blames himself. In later interviews, he admits that he should have been more careful. He should have assumed the FBI was listening. He should have trusted Gravano more. By 2002, Gotti is dying. He has throat cancer. Prison doctors say it's terminal. Gotti's family petitions for compassionate release. They argue that he's not a danger to anyone, that he's dying, that he should be allowed to spend his final days with his family. The government denies the request. Gotti stays in prison. On June 10, 2002, John Gotti dies at the United States Medical Center for Federal Prisoners in Springfield, Missouri. He's 61 years old. His funeral is held in Queens. Hundreds of people attend. News cameras film everything. Even in death, Gotti is a spectacle. Chapter 15, The Lesson. John Gotti wanted to be famous. He wanted people to know his name. He wanted respect, recognition, power. He got all of it, and it destroyed him. The mob works because of secrecy. You don't attract attention. You don't talk to reporters. You don't wear flashy clothes and pose for photographs. You stay quiet, make money, and avoid law enforcement. Gotti did the opposite. He became a celebrity. He drew the FBI's attention. He made himself a target. And then he made his second mistake. He disrespected Sammy Gravano. Gravano was loyal. He'd helped Gotti kill Paul Castellano. He'd helped Gotti become boss. He'd committed murders for Gotti. But Gotti couldn't stop criticizing him. He couldn't stop questioning him. He couldn't stop treating him like a subordinate instead of a partner. When Gravano heard those tapes, he realized Gotti would sacrifice him. So Gravano acted first. The FBI built a strong case. The tapes were damaging. The surveillance was extensive. But it was Gravano's testimony that destroyed Gotti. Without Gravano, Gotti might have beaten the charges. With Gravano, he had no chance. John Gotti spent 10 years as boss of the Gambino crime family. He spent another 10 years in prison, fighting appeals, dying slowly. In the end, the man who wanted to be famous, who wanted to be untouchable, died in a prison cell, alone, forgotten by the mob he'd once led. The Teflon Don turned out to be just another criminal who got caught.
1956, New York City. The city government made a decision that seemed logical at the time. Close a loophole that allowed businesses operating in residential blocks to have their garbage hauled for free by the Department of Sanitation. Overnight, 50,000 businesses needed private garbage collection, and the Mafia was waiting. Within months, organized crime families divided the city into territories. They assigned routes, they fixed prices, they intimidated competitors, they controlled who could haul garbage and who couldn't. For the next 40 years, the 5 New York families, Bonanno, Colombo, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese, ran one of the most profitable rackets in American organized crime history, a $1.5 billion annual business. This is the story of how the Mafia controlled waste management. Not the famous names, not the specific gangsters, but the actual operation, how it worked, the systems, the methods, the infrastructure that turned garbage collection into organized crime's greatest legal moneymaker since Prohibition. Why garbage? The perfect criminal enterprise. Criminal organizations need businesses that are easy to enter, profitable to control, and difficult for law enforcement to disrupt. Waste management offered all three, plus one crucial advantage. It was completely legal. Low barriers to entry. Starting a garbage hauling company required minimal capital, a truck, some workers, a route, basic business licenses. Italian immigrants had been in the waste business since the early 1900s. They'd started as rag pickers, collecting discarded materials with horse and wagon in 1920s. As cities grew, they transitioned to garbage collection. Small, family-owned businesses passed from father to son. This created an industry dominated by Italian-American families before the Mafia even got organized. When organized crime syndicates formed in the 1930s and 40s, they found an industry already populated with potential associates. Consistent demand. Everyone generates garbage. Every day, every business needs it removed. It's not optional, it's not seasonal, it's constant, reliable demand. Unlike drugs or gambling, where demand fluctuates and law enforcement cracks down periodically, garbage collection is a municipal necessity. Cities can't function without it. Legal legitimacy. This was the crucial advantage. Running a garbage company wasn't illegal. You paid taxes, you held contracts, you employed union workers. This allowed mobsters to claim legitimate income. They could explain where their money came from to the IRS. They could use garbage companies to launder money from illegal operations. A wise guy could be on a payroll as a consultant to a carding company. No show job, no actual work, just a paycheck that explained his income. Monopoly potential. Unlike most industries where competition drives prices down, garbage collection naturally tends toward monopoly. Routes are geographically fixed, customers need consistent service, switching carriers is inconvenient. The Mafia exploited this. They created territorial systems where competition was eliminated entirely. Each company had exclusive rights to specific customers or areas. Anyone who tried to compete faced intimidation, violence, or being driven out of business. Cash flow. Garbage companies dealt in cash. Businesses paid monthly bills in cash. This made skimming easy, underreporting income to avoid taxes, mixing illegal money with legitimate revenue. The combination made waste management the perfect organized crime business. The entry point, how the Mafia got in. The Mafia's entry into waste management wasn't sudden. It was gradual, strategic, and built on existing Italian-American presence in the industry. Union infiltration.
The critical first step was controlling the unions. Specifically, Teamsters Local 813 in New York represented the private sanitation industry across the 5 boroughs and surrounding counties. Teamsters Local 27, originally a paper and box industry union, got involved in Westchester County carting through mob connections. Once the Mafia controlled union leadership, they controlled who could operate garbage businesses. If a carting company didn't cooperate with the mob, the union would refuse to provide workers, or the workers would strike, or they'd work slowly, or they'd damage equipment. Business owners faced a choice: work with the Mafia or go out of business. Trade association control. The Mafia created or infiltrated trade associations that supposedly represented the interests of garbage hauling companies. These associations set industry standards, they coordinated pricing, they mediated disputes between companies. In reality, they were cartel enforcement mechanisms. The associations allocated territories. They decided which company could service which customers. They set artificially high prices. They punished companies that violated the cartel rules. Membership in these associations was mandatory, not legally, but practically. Companies that didn't join faced harassment, vandalism, and violence. Direct ownership. Many mobsters directly owned or had hidden interests in garbage companies, family businesses where wise guys were partners or silent investors. This gave them direct control of operations. They could use these companies as bases for their territorial control. They could employ associates. They could generate legitimate-looking income. The 1956 watershed. When New York closed the loophole allowing free municipal garbage collection for 50,000 businesses in 1956, the Mafia was positioned perfectly. They already controlled key unions. They already had trade associations. They already owned carting companies. They just needed to organize systematically, divide territories, set prices, eliminate competition. Within months, they'd created the most efficient organized crime monopoly in American history. The system, how territorial control worked. The genius of the Mafia's waste management racket was its organizational structure. They didn't just control individual companies, they controlled the entire market through territorial allocation.
The property rights system. Under Mafia control, garbage collection customers became property that could be bought and sold. When a carting company serviced a specific customer, say a restaurant, that customer belonged to that company forever. The customer couldn't switch carriers. The customer couldn't negotiate better prices. They were locked in. If the customer wanted to change garbage companies, both companies had to agree. Usually, this required the second company to pay the first company for the property rights that our customer. These property rights could be worth tens of thousands of dollars for a single commercial customer. Larger customers, factories, office buildings, shopping centers, could be worth hundreds of thousands. The system worked because every carting company understood the rules. Violating them meant war, and wars were bad for business. Territorial division. In addition to individual customer property rights, the Mafia divided entire geographical areas. New Jersey, for example, was carved into territories. Each family controlled specific regions. Within those regions, specific carting companies controlled specific towns or neighborhoods. Bidding on contracts outside your territory was forbidden. If a company tried, they'd receive warnings, then threats. Then the trucks would be vandalized. Then worse. New Jersey mobsters divided the state so completely that attempting to bid on contracts in another family's territory could be fatal. One investigation documented that challenging territorial boundaries resulted in significantly reduced life expectancy. The enforcement mechanism. The system required enforcement. The trade associations handled most of it. Representatives would investigate violations, they'd mediate disputes, they'd impose penalties. But behind the associations stood the threat of violence.
Garbage trucks were sabotaged, tires slashed, engines damaged, fires started. Independent haulers who refused to cooperate faced systematic harassment. Their customers would be threatened, their trucks would be ambushed, their employees would be intimidated. In extreme cases, people disappeared. Property disputes over garbage collection rights ended with bodies in landfills, literally.
The most famous case involved Robert Kubeka, an independent Long Island hauler who refused to participate in the mob cartel. He testified against mob control of the industry. On August 10, 1989, hitmen murdered Kubeka and his business partner in their office, shot them both dead at point-blank range. The message was clear: cooperate or die. Price fixing. With territories locked down and competition eliminated, the Mafia could charge whatever they wanted. In 1981, the Department of Justice estimated that the mob tax, the amount above market rate caused by the cartel, cost New York businesses $45 million annually. By 1996, Mayor Rudy Giuliani estimated mob overcharging earned $500 million per year. Commercial garbage collection in New York costs significantly more than in cities without mob control. Businesses paid because they had no choice. The cartel controlled every hauler. There was no competition. Ironically, despite overcharging customers, mob-controlled garbage collection was more efficient than the city's municipal service. Commercial carting cost $185 per ton. The city's Department of Sanitation cost $431 per ton. The Mafia ran a more efficient operation than the government. They just charged far more than a competitive market would allow. The money, where profits came from. The waste management racket generated money through multiple streams. Service overcharging. The primary revenue came from inflated prices. With no competition, carting companies charged rates 35% above market value, according to the Department of Justice. For a small business, this might mean an extra few $100s per month. Multiplied across 100,000 customers, the estimated size of the cartel, that's tens of millions of dollars annually. Property rights sales. When carton companies bought and sold customer property rights, a percentage went up the chain. The mobsters who controlled the trade associations took their cut. The families that controlled territories took theirs. A single customer worth $20,000 in property rights might generate $5,000 in payments to the mob. Union corruption. Control of Teamsters locals generated additional income. Union dues flowed to mob-connected officials. Pension funds could be loaned to mob-connected businesses. Union contracts could be negotiated to benefit carting companies owned by wise guys. The unions also provided no-show jobs. Mobsters would be listed as union consultants or business agents. They'd collect salaries without working. This gave them legitimate income to report to the IRS. Some families controlled the landfills where garbage was dumped. Every ton of garbage dumped generated fees. Control the landfill, control another revenue stream. This also enabled illegal dumping of toxic waste. Industrial companies paid premium prices to dispose of hazardous materials, illegally dumped in regular landfills or just abandoned in remote areas. The environmental damage was enormous, but the profits were substantial. Legitimate business profits. Even operating completely legally, garbage collection is profitable. The mob-controlled companies made legitimate money in addition to their illegal overcharging. This legitimate profit could be reported on tax returns. It explained income. It looked clean. Money laundering. Garbage companies provided perfect vehicles for laundering money from other criminal enterprises. Drug money could be mixed with legitimate garbage collection revenue. Who could prove how many customers a company serviced? Who could verify how much cash came in each week? The nature of the business constant cash flow, numerous small transactions, services rendered without physical products made tracking money nearly impossible. The operation's day-to-day reality. Running a mob-controlled garbage operation required coordinating multiple elements. Route management. Each carting company had defined routes. Trucks followed the same paths each day, servicing the same customers. Drivers knew their routes perfectly. They know which businesses paid on time, which ones were problems, which ones belonged to competitors but might be stolen if the opportunity arose. Route efficiency mattered. Fuel costs, labor time, equipment wear. Even mob-controlled companies needed to operate profitably. Customer retention. Despite the cartel, companies still competed to keep customers happy enough that they didn't complain to the authorities. This meant reliable service, showing up on schedule, not destroying property, billing correctly, or at least consistently. The goal was to make customers accept the high prices as normal. Don't give them a reason to call the mayor's office or file complaints with the city. Union relations. Maintaining good relationships with union officials, both legitimate union leaders and mob-controlled ones, was critical. Drivers and helpers were unionized. They had contracts. They could strike. They had to be managed carefully. Mob-connected companies had advantages. Their union officials were on a payroll. Labor disputes could be resolved with a phone call. But day-to-day operations still required competent management. Equipment maintenance. Garbage trucks are expensive. They require maintenance, repairs, replacement. Companies needed mechanics, parts suppliers, fuel contracts, insurance. All it is had to function efficiently, even while the companies were overcharging customers and kicking money up to the mob. Cash handling. Managing cash was crucial. Collections had to be organized. Money had to be counted. Some went to operating expenses, some went to the owners, some went up the chain to the mob. Bookkeeping had to look legitimate enough to pass basic audits while hiding the skim and the mob tax. Dealing with authorities. Carting companies dealt with multiple government agencies, city business licenses, environmental regulations, labor law compliance, tax filings. Companies needed lawyers, accountants, legitimate business people who can handle the paperwork while ignoring the criminal underpinnings. Some of these professionals knew they were working for mob operations. Others were kept ignorant or willfully blind. The crackdown, how the system finally fell. For 40 years, 1956 to 1996, the Mafia's waste management cartel operated with minimal interference. Then, Rudy Giuliani became mayor of New York in 1994. In 1995, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office brought sweeping racketeering charges, not just against mobsters, against the trade associations themselves, against carting companies, against union officials. The prosecution's argument was simple. The entire industry was a criminal enterprise. The trade associations existed to enforce cartel rules. The carting companies knowingly participated in price fixing and territorial division. The unions facilitated the monopoly. RICO statutes allowed prosecutors to target the entire system rather than individual criminals. An undercover NYPD detective named Rick Cowan infiltrated the industry. He documented how the cartel operated, how companies divided customers, how the trade associations enforced rules, how threatening phone calls and vandalism kept everyone in line. The evidence was overwhelming. Wiretaps, financial records, testimony from victims, cooperation from carting companies that wanted out of the system. the Trade Waste Commission. In 1996, Mayor Giuliani signed Local Law 42. This created the Trade Waste Commission, later renamed the Business Integrity Commission, to regulate the garbage hauling industry. The law was revolutionary. It freed customers from their contracts. Businesses could immediately switch garbage haulers. Competition was legal again. The commission created a list of individuals barred from the industry. Over 200 names, almost all Italian surnames. Mobsters, associates, company owners with criminal records, union officials with organized crime ties. Anyone on the list couldn't own, operate, or work for a carting company in New York, period. The commission also conducted background checks on all carting companies applying for licenses. Any mob connection meant denial. The results. Initially, the crackdown worked spectacularly. Within 2 years, garbage collection costs in New York dropped by over $600 million. Businesses could negotiate prices, they could switch haulers. Competition drove prices down to market rates. The mob's grip on the industry was broken. Some mob-controlled companies shut down. Others were sold to legitimate operators. The territorial system collapsed. But the changes had unintended consequences. The old mob system, despite overcharging, had been efficient. Each company serviced specific territories. Routes were organized. Trucks didn't overlap. After deregulation, chaos ensued. Multiple companies now serviced the same neighborhoods. Routes overlapped constantly. In some parts of the city, garbage trucks passed by 400 times per day instead of once or twice. Traffic congestion worsened, pollution increased, driver working conditions deteriorated as companies competed on price by cutting labor costs. 25 years later, the city still struggles to create the level of route organization that the mob's territorial system maintained. The aftermath, where the racket went. The New York crackdown didn't eliminate mob involvement in waste management, it just pushed it elsewhere. New Jersey's continued problems. New Jersey faced similar mob control of garbage hauling. In 1983, the state passed licensing laws designed to drive organized crime out of the industry. They failed. Mobsters found loopholes. They used relatives with clean records as front owners. They operated through companies technically licensed to others. A New Jersey Commission of Investigation report in 2011 found that despite decades of enforcement efforts, criminal elements remained entrenched in the state's waste industry. Banned individuals still profited. They owned equipment leased to licensed haulers. They owned land where disposal facilities operated. They worked as consultants to legitimate companies. The mob adapted rather than disappeared.
The Camorra in Naples, organized crime in southern Italy, has controlled garbage collection in Naples for over 25 years. They run legitimate companies, they control waste disposal sites, and they illegally dump toxic industrial waste, causing massive environmental damage. The Italian government has deployed military forces multiple times to clean up Naples when garbage piles accumulated due to Camorra-caused disruptions. The system mirrors what existed in New York: territorial control, intimidation, inflated prices. The only difference is that Italian authorities have been even less successful at breaking the Camorra's grip. Recycling and toxic waste. As environmental regulations created new waste-related industries, recycling, toxic waste disposal, hazardous materials handling, the mob followed. These industries offer similar advantages: legal businesses with consistent demand, opportunities for illegal dumping, and high barriers to entry due to licensing requirements. Some banned from traditional garbage hauling simply transitioned to recycling. The regulatory framework was looser, the oversight was weaker. Toxic waste disposal, in particular, remains vulnerable to organized crime infiltration. The costs of legal disposal are high. The penalties for illegal dumping are relatively low. The profit margins for cutting corners are enormous. The legacy. What waste management taught the mob. The garbage racket demonstrated several lessons that shaped organized crime's evolution. Legitimate businesses as crime bases. Waste management proved that legal businesses could generate more consistent profits than traditional criminal enterprises, like gambling or drugs. Running a garbage company provided steady income. It explained wealth to the IRS. It employed associates. It laundered money from illegal activities, and the legal risks were lower than drug trafficking or murder. This lesson influenced the mob's expansion into other legitimate industries: construction, restaurants, bars, trucking, any business that could serve dual purposes, making legal money while facilitating illegal operations. Union control as force multiplier. Controlling unions magnified the mob's power exponentially. Teamster control meant the mob could dictate terms to entire industries. This pattern repeated in construction, where mob-controlled unions enforced bid-rigging cartels; in shipping, where longshoremen unions controlled port operations; in restaurants and hotels, where service unions provided leverage over employers. Union infiltration became a core mob strategy specifically because of its effectiveness in the garbage industry. Cartel organization. The territorial system and trade association structure used in garbage hauling became a template. The mob applied similar systems to other industries, in concrete, in construction, in trucking, in various trades. The lesson? Organize the entire industry, eliminate competition, control pricing, and force roles through trade associations backed by violence. The value of low-profile operations. Unlike drugs or gambling, garbage collection didn't generate major headlines. It wasn't sexy. Media didn't cover it extensively. Law enforcement didn't prioritize it. This allowed the racket to operate for 40 years with minimal disruption. The mob learned that boring, unglamorous businesses could be more valuable than flashy, high-profile operations. Adaptation and resilience. When New York finally cracked down, the mob adapted. They found new angles, new jurisdictions, new industries. This resilience, the ability to evolve when one racket gets disrupted, is central to organized crime survival. The garbage experience taught the mob that no single operation is essential. When one avenue closes, find another. The Mafia's garbage management racket was one of the most successful organized crime operations in American history. For 40 years, they controlled $1.5 billion industry. They overcharged 100,000 customers. They eliminated competition through violence and intimidation. And they did it all to completely legal businesses. When the New York crackdown finally came in 1996, prices dropped by over $600 million almost overnight. That money had been going to the mob for decades. The racket taught law enforcement and government officials crucial lessons about how organized crime operates in legitimate industries. It demonstrated that the mob doesn't need drugs or gambling to make money. Legal businesses, controlled through corruption and violence, can be just as profitable and harder to prosecute. Today, waste management in New York is cleaner than it was under mob control, but it's also more chaotic. The efficient territorial system, evil as it was, kept routes organized and trucks from overlapping. The mob's garbage empire is mostly gone, but its lessons remain. And wherever waste management regulations are weak, or union oversight is lax, or enforcement is underfunded, organized crime finds opportunities.
because as one mob associate allegedly said, control the flow of garbage, and just as surely as if you owned the supply of fresh water or electricity, you had an entire metropolis by the jugular. That's what made waste management the perfect organized crime business. Not drugs, not gambling, not murder for hire. Garbage, the one thing every city needs removed every single day. And for 40 years, the Mafia made billions by controlling it.
November 14th, 1978. A house in Kansas City, Missouri. Carl Thomas sat at a dinner table explaining how he stole millions of dollars from Las Vegas casinos, the Tropicana, the Stardust, 4 casinos controlled by organized crime families from Chicago, Kansas City, Milwaukee, and Cleveland. He was talking to Nick Savella, the boss of the Kansas City mob, explaining the system, how they skimmed cash before it was ever counted, how they doctored the weight scales, how they falsified records, how they moved millions in untaxed cash from slot machines straight into mob pockets. Thomas thought he was safe. This was Savella's territory, his neighborhood, a private meeting in a trusted location. What he didn't know was that the FBI had planted a microphone in that house 3 months earlier. They were recording every word. The FBI bug would expose the largest organized crime casino operation in American history. Dozens of arrests, federal convictions, prison sentences that would dismantle mob control of Las Vegas forever. For decades, the Mafia had been stealing from Vegas casinos millions and millions of dollars. They'd gotten away with it because nobody could prove how it worked. Nobody could connect the cash leaving Vegas to the mob bosses in the Midwest. Until that bug in Kansas City. One recording session, one mob insider explaining exactly how the skim worked. And suddenly, the FBI had everything they needed. This is the story of how the mob turned Las Vegas into their personal bank account, and how one FBI wiretap destroyed an empire. The system. To understand how the Vegas skim worked, you have to understand the casinos themselves. In the 1970s, Las Vegas was controlled by organized crime. The Stardust, the Fremont, the Tropicana, major casinos on the Strip, all connected to mob families in the Midwest through the Teamsters Union Pension Fund. Jimmy Hoffa had been approving loans to mob fronts. The mob would install a legitimate-looking businessman as the owner, someone who could get a Nevada gaming license. But behind that front man, the real owners were crime families. The skim. Every casino had a count room. At the end of each shift, security guards would collect cash from slot machines and table games. They'd bring it to the count room where a team would count every dollar. That official count determined taxes. The skim happened before the official count. At the Stardust, Frank Rosenthal ran the operation. He had a trusted team in the count room. When cash came in from the slot machines, they'd do a quick private count first. They'd peg 5 or 10% and set it aside. Then they'd count the rest officially. The money they set aside never appeared on any records. As far as the state knew, that money never existed. They rigged the scales to weigh coins lighter than they actually were. 100 pounds of quarters might be recorded as 90 pounds. The 10-pound difference went to the mob. They used fake fill slips, showing machines being filled when they weren't. The difference? Skimmed. The stolen money would be placed in a separate bag. Someone would walk out of the casino with it. That money never went through official channels.
From November 1974 to May 1976, the Stardust and other Argent Corporation casinos were skimmed for approximately $7 to $15 million. The operation ran smoothly for years. State gaming inspectors occasionally checked, but the mob had people watching for inspections. When authorities showed up, everything was clean.
The problem, the mob had one weakness. The money had to flow somewhere. You can't steal $15 million and hide it in a mattress. The bosses in the Midwest needed their cut. That meant cash had to move from Las Vegas to Kansas City, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Cleveland. Couriers would carry it, sometimes in suitcases, sometimes in vehicles with hidden compartments, always in cash. The bosses would then launder it, run it through legitimate businesses. But all it is created exposure. People knowing things, people having conversations, people making mistakes. The FBI had been investigating organized crime in Kansas City for years. They were hoping to catch conversations about local mob violence. In the late 1970s, they got court approval to wiretap specific locations. What they accidentally uncovered was something much bigger. The Villa Capri. April 1978. The Villa Capri, a pizzeria in Kansas City. The FBI had planted a bug at a specific booth. They'd been monitoring it for weeks. One day, they heard Nick Savella and his associates talking about Las Vegas, about casinos, about the Tropicana. The conversations were vague, cold words, implications, but the FBI agents listening recognized something significant was happening in Vegas. They heard names: Joe Augusto, Carl Thomas, casino executives who supposedly worked for legitimate owners, but clearly answered to Savella. The FBI started focusing on the Vegas angle. They realized the Kansas City mob wasn't just talking about owning casinos, they were talking about stealing from them. Over the next several months, the Villa Capri bug picked up more conversations. The FBI was building a picture of a massive criminal operation stretching from Vegas to the Midwest. But they needed specifics. They needed someone to explain how the skim worked. Not in code, in clear detail. The Marlowe House, November 14, 1978. A house owned by Pete Marlowe, a mob associate. Nick Savella wanted a meeting. He didn't want to use his own house, too much law enforcement attention, so they used Marlowe's place. Carl Thomas flew in from Las Vegas. Thomas had worked at multiple Vegas casinos, most recently the Tropicana. He was the mob's inside man, the person who actually ran the skimming operation. What Savella didn't know was that the FBI had planted a bug in the Marlowe house 3 months earlier, August 1978. When Thomas and the Kansas City mob leaders sat down, the FBI was listening. Thomas talked. He explained everything. He explained how the count room worked, who was on the team, how they separated cash before the official count, how they rigged the scales, how they falsified records, how much money they'd skimmed, when, who got what percentage. He even bragged about it, proud of how smoothly the operation ran. The FBI agents listening couldn't believe it. This wasn't vague talk. This wasn't code. This was a full confession. They recorded everything. Those recordings would become the foundation of the biggest organized crime case in Las Vegas history. The investigation. The FBI now had evidence, but wiretap evidence needed corroboration, documentation, witnesses. They launched Operation Strawman, a massive investigation into mob control of Vegas casinos. They pulled financial records, analyzed count room procedures, interviewed employees, tracked money movements, wiretapped more locations.
In June 1978, the FBI sent 50 agents to Las Vegas with 83 search warrants. They raided Argent Corporation offices, casino count rooms, homes of suspected mob associates. Alan Glick, the supposed owner of Argent Corporation, started cooperating. He'd been the front man, the legitimate face that got the gaming licenses, but he'd known what was happening. Glick testified. He explained how the mob had threatened him, how Nick Savella had threatened to kill his sons if he didn't cooperate. The FBI gave Glick immunity in exchange for his testimony. Frank Rosenthal was trickier. Everyone knew he'd been running the Stardust operation, but Rosenthal had been careful. He never discussed specifics on the phones the FBI had tapped. The Nevada Gaming Commission banned Rosenthal from every casino in the state. He left Las Vegas in 1983. But the real targets were the bosses, the mob leaders who'd ordered the skim. The trials. 1983. Federal courthouse in Kansas City. 15 defendants, mob bosses and associates from 4 cities: Chicago, Kansas City, Milwaukee, Cleveland. The charges were conspiracy, racketeering, and interstate transportation of stolen property. The government's evidence was overwhelming. The Marlowe House recordings, Carl Thomas explaining exactly how the skim worked, Nick Savella listening and approving, financial records showing millions in unexplained cash movements, testimony from Glick about mob threats and control, testimony from casino employees who'd participated in the skim. Many had taken deals, immunity or reduced sentences in exchange for cooperation. The defense tried to argue that the wiretaps were illegal, that the government had violated their rights, that the evidence should be suppressed. The judge disagreed. The wiretaps were legal, properly authorized. The evidence was admissible. The trial lasted months. The government presented wiretap after wiretap, document after document, witness after witness. The jury heard mob bosses casually discussing millions in stolen money, heard them planning how to silence witnesses, heard them threatening casino owners who wanted out. 1986. The verdicts came in. Guilty. All 15 defendants. Joseph Ayupa, boss of the Chicago outfit. Guilty. Sentenced to 28 years. Jackie Cerrone, Chicago underboss. Guilty. Sentenced to 28 years. Frank Balistrieri, Milwaukee boss. Pleaded guilty before trial. Sentenced to 13 years. Carl DeLuna, Kansas City underboss. Guilty. Sentenced to 30 years. Milton Rockman, Cleveland mob associate. Guilty. Nick Savella had died in 1983 before the trial. Heart attack. He never faced justice. But his organization was destroyed. The convictions decimated the Kansas City mob. Chicago outfit leadership went to prison. Milwaukee's family collapsed. The sentences were long. Federal prison. No parole. These men would die behind bars or be too old to matter when...
The end of an era. The convictions had a ripple effect beyond just the defendants. Nevada gaming authorities cracked down on casino operations. They implemented new procedures for count rooms, more oversight, more cameras, more audits. They forced out any casino owners with even suspected mob ties. Alan Glick sold his casinos in December 1979. Others were pushed out over the next few years. Corporate ownership replaced mob fronts. Howard Hughes had started buying Vegas casinos in the 1960s. After the skim trials, more corporations moved in. Legitimate companies with boards of directors and shareholders and quarterly earnings reports. The Teamsters Pension Fund stopped making casino loans. Federal oversight had tightened. Union members sued over the mismanagement of their retirement money. The pipeline of mob financing dried up. By the late 1980s, organized crime's control of Las Vegas was effectively over. They still had some presence, some influence, but nothing like before. The mega resorts that transformed modern Vegas, the Mirage, Bellagio, Venetian, were built with legitimate corporate money, hundreds of millions of dollars. The mob couldn't compete with that kind of capital. Technology also made skimming nearly impossible. Modern casinos have cameras everywhere, digital tracking at every dollar, computerized slot machines that communicate with central service, real-time monitoring. You can't skim from a system that automatically reports every transaction to state gaming authorities. The golden age of Mob Vegas, from the Flamingo in 1946 to the skim trials in the 1980s, lasted about 40 years. It ended because Carl Thomas sat in the Kansas City house and explained exactly how they were stealing millions from Vegas casinos. It ended because the FBI planted a bug and recorded every word. The aftermath. The people involved had different endings. Alan Glick walked away, testified, got immunity, returned to San Diego. He rebuilt his life in legitimate real estate. Died in 2023, at age 79. Never charged with any crime. Frank Rosenthal left Las Vegas in 1983, moved to California, then Florida. He'd survived the car bombing in 1982. Someone tried to kill him with explosives rigged under his Cadillac. He escaped with minor injuries. He died in 2008 at age 79, natural causes. Carl Thomas regretted talking so much at the Marlowe House. He was convicted of skimming, but became a government witness in other trials. Got early release, died in 1993 at age 60 in a single-vehicle rollover in Oregon. Joe Ajusta, the Kansas City mob's man at the Tropicana, died of a heart attack at age 61 before the trials. Anthony Spilatro, the Chicago Outfits enforcer in Vegas, was murdered in June 1986, found buried in an Indiana cornfield along with his brother, beaten to death. The outfit decided he'd become too much of a liability, too violent, drew too much attention. Joseph Ajuspet died in prison in 1997, age 89. He'd been the Chicago Outfit boss, one of the most powerful mobsters in America, died behind bars. The Stardust Casino, center of the skimming operation, limped along for years under new ownership. But its reputation was damaged, its history too dark. It finally closed in November 2006. They imploded it in March 2007, demolished to make way for new development. Today, nothing remains of the Stardust, except old photographs and memories. The resort that rose in its place is called Resorts World Las Vegas, a $3 billion property, legitimate, corporate, everything the old Stardust wasn't. November 14th, 1978, a house in Kansas City. Carl Thomas thought he was safe. Private meeting, trusted location, no cops, no feds, just mob guys discussing business. He was wrong. The FBI bug in that house recorded him explaining how the mob skimmed millions from Vegas casinos. Those recordings destroyed organized crime's control of Las Vegas. Not because the FBI was omnipotent, not because they'd infiltrated the highest levels of the mob, not because they'd flipped the major insider, because someone talked too much in the wrong place. That's always been the Mafia's weakness. They can be careful, they can use code words, they can avoid phones, they can meet in private locations. But eventually, someone talks, someone explains things in detail, someone gets comfortable and forgets that walls have ears. One bug, one recording session, one mobster bragging about how much he'd stolen. That's all it took to end 40 years of mob control in Las Vegas. The Bee Gees played in the background, staying alive. But the mob didn't stay alive, not in Vegas. The skim ended, the convictions came, the empire collapsed. One FBI bug ended it all. April 8th, 1984, Madrid, Spain.
Two men walked down a Madrid street. Gaetano Badalamenti, former boss of the Sicilian Mafia, and his nephew Pietro Alfano, who'd flown in from Chicago. Spanish police arrested both men. Within hours, the FBI coordinated raids across the United States. Nearly 30 arrests. Pizza parlors raided from New York to Illinois. For nearly a decade, the Sicilian Mafia had been running the largest heroin operation in American history through pizza parlors, normal neighborhood pizza shops, places where families ate dinner, where kids hung out after school. From January 1975 until April 1984, an estimated $1.6 billion worth of heroin entered the United States through this network. Morphine base purchased in Turkey, processed into heroin in Sicilian labs, smuggled into the U.S. hidden inside cans of tomatoes, distributed through pizza parlors in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Wisconsin. The resulting trial lasted 17 months, the longest criminal trial in U.S. history at the time. 22 defendants, 18 convictions. This is the story of how the Sicilian Mafia turned neighborhood pizza shops into a billion-dollar heroin pipeline. The Sicilians. In the 1960s, native Sicilian mafiosi started appearing on Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick, Brooklyn. Mobsters called them Zips because of their rapid-fire Sicilian dialect. Most barely spoke English. Carmine Galate, a Bonanno family boss, had recruited them. Paroled in 1974 after 12 years on narcotics charges, he used the Sicilians to run a heroin network. He placed Zips in pizza parlors across New York, perfect fronts that could explain cash flow and provide cover for drug distribution. But Galante got greedy. He wanted complete control of the heroin trade. July 12th, 1979, Joe and Mary's restaurant on Knickerbocker Avenue. 3 men in ski masks burst into the back garden. They shot Galante to death. His Sicilian bodyguards had conveniently left just before. Salvatore Toto Catalano became the beneficiary. He became the street boss of the Zips. Born in Sicily, he barely spoke English. He owned a bakery in Middle Village, Queens, Catalano Brothers Bakery. To neighbors, it looked legitimate. It was actually the epicenter of an international heroin ring. Catalano's connection to Sicily was Gaetano Badalamenti, former head of the Sicilian Mafia in Palermo. Ousted in 1978 by rival mobsters, Badalamenti fled to Brazil. But he continued secretly leading one of the world's most prolific cartels. Badalamenti and Catalano, Sicily and New York, they were the key links.
How it worked. The Sicilian Mafia purchased morphine base from Turkish suppliers. The morphine was transported to Palermo-based labs and processed into pure heroin. The heroin was smuggled into the United States, hidden inside cans of San Marzano tomatoes. The cans looked legitimate, food shipments for pizza parlors. The shipments arrived at pizza shops in small towns across the Midwest: Oregon, Illinois, Paris, Illinois, Olney, Illinois, sleepy towns where nobody expected international drug trafficking. Pietro Alfano ran the Midwest distribution. He owned pizza parlors in these towns. The heroin would arrive, the parlors would distribute it to local street dealers, but most went back to New York via cars and buses for further distribution throughout the Northeast. Cash flowed in the opposite direction, millions in small bills. The money went to Swiss Air. Suitcases of cash left with the Swiss Air station manager in New York. The suitcases flew to Switzerland. From there, wire transfers to Sicily, Italy, Turkey. $60 million over 8 years. That's just what investigators could document. The pizza connection also used brokerages.
They opened accounts at Merrill Lynch and E.F. Hutton. They'd deposit cash in small amounts, then wire transfer the money overseas to shell companies. The beauty of the system was its appearance of legitimacy. Pizza parlors are cash businesses. A pizza shop doing $50,000 a year in legitimate sales could easily hide another $100,000 in drug money. For nearly a decade, this system worked perfectly. The investigation. The FBI's New York field office started noticing patterns in the early 1980s. An undercover agent named Joseph Pistone, using the alias Donnie Brasco, had infiltrated the Bonanos from 1976 to 1981. He'd gathered intelligence about the Zips. After Pistone's operation ended, the FBI established surveillance on Catalano's bakery in Queens. The Sicilians used public payphones constantly, at specific times, prearranged calls, because they knew home phones could be tapped. The FBI got court orders to wiretap these payphones. They also used pen registers, electronic devices that recorded every number dialed. Patterns emerged, the same numbers called repeatedly, a network taking shape. The Sicilians spoke in code. They never said heroin or money directly. They talked about parcels, suits, tomato cans. They also spoke in rapid Sicilian dialect. The FBI brought in translators. They listened to thousands of hours of wiretaps. The Drug Administration and New York Police Department joined the investigation. Evidence started mounting. By 1983, the FBI understood the scope. Turkey to Sicily to America. Billions of dollars. The informants. Tommaso Buscetta became the first major informant. Buscetta was a high-ranking member of the Sicilian Mafia, but internal wars in Sicily were tearing the Mafia apart. Salvatore Toto Riina, leader of the Corleonese clan, was consolidating power violently. By the time Buscetta agreed to cooperate, Riina had murdered 35 of Buscetta's relatives. Buscetta broke omerta. He testified before Italian judge Giovanni Falcone. Then he testified at the Pizza Connection trial. He identified voices on wiretapped phone calls. He explained how the Sicilian Mafia operated. Salvatore Contorno was the second major informant. He began collaborating in October 1984. Contorno testified that defendant Frank Castronovo used pizza parlors as fronts. Contorno had attended a 1980 meeting in Sicily about heroin. He'd seen Castronovo there with 3 other defendants, Salvatore Catalano, Gaetano Mazzara, and Salvatore Greco. Direct connection.
The arrests. April 8, 1984. Gaetano Badalamenti and his son Vito were arrested in Madrid by Spanish police. Pietro Alfano was arrested with them. The next day, the FBI conducted coordinated raids across the United States. Nearly 30 arrests. Salvatore Catalano was arrested at his Queens bakery. Other Zips were taken into custody at their pizza parlors. For residents of small towns like Oregon, Illinois, it was shocking. We always made jokes about Pete being part of an organized branch of the Mafia, one local resident said. For years, we saw black Cadillacs in front of the shops. The mayor said, "It blows my mind. I was raised in this town, and I just don't think about things like that going on around here." That was the brilliance of the Pizza Connection. It operated in places where people didn't expect it. The trial. September 30th, 1985. Federal Courthouse in Manhattan. The Pizza Connection trial began. 22 defendants, all Sicilian-born. The indictment was 120 pages. The prosecution team included Louis Freeh, who would later become FBI director. They estimated the trial would last 6 to 7 months. It lasted 17 months. The volume of evidence was extraordinary. 55,000 wiretaps in multiple languages needing translation, surveillance testimony from American agents, Italian officers, Spanish police. The government called 300 witnesses. Tommaso Buscetta testified. Salvatore Cantorno testified. Joseph Pistone testified about his time infiltrating the Bonanno family. During the trial, one defendant was brutally murdered. Internal mob politics continued even during prosecution. Pietro Alfano was shot and nearly killed in retaliation. He survived. 2 other defendants pleaded guilty. That left 19 defendants by the time the jury deliberated. 17 months, the longest criminal trial in U.S. history to that point. The verdicts. March 2nd, 1987, the jury delivered their verdict. 18 of the 19 defendants were convicted. Only one was acquitted. Gaetano Badalamenti, sentenced to 45 years in federal prison. Salvatore Catalano, sentenced to 45 years in federal prison. Badalamenti died in prison in 2004, age 79. Catalano served 29 years, released in 2009, deported to Sicily. At 83 years old, he was arrested again in 2024 in Sicily, extortion charges. The conviction sent a message. The FBI could penetrate international conspiracies. They could build cases that withstood scrutiny in federal court. The aftermath. The Pizza Connection trial destroyed a billion-dollar heroin pipeline, but it didn't stop heroin trafficking. Within months, new networks formed. The pizza parlors involved mostly closed or changed ownership. Most customers never know. They'd eaten pizza at these places for years. After the trial, they found out their neighborhood shop had been distributing heroin. For law enforcement, the Pizza Connection represented a turning point. It proved that organized crime was global, that traditional investigative methods, surveillance, wiretaps, informants, still worked against sophisticated international networks. It demonstrated the effectiveness of international cooperation. Spanish police arresting Badalamenti, Italian judges providing informants, Swiss authorities tracking money laundering. It also revealed weaknesses. Brokerages had processed transactions without adequate scrutiny. This led to stricter financial regulations, know your customer rules, anti-money laundering requirements. For the Sicilian Mafia, the Pizza Connection was a disaster. Their biggest operation exposed, their leaders imprisoned. But organized crime adapted. New methods, new technologies, new fronts. The final truth. April 8, 1984, Madrid, Spain. Gaetano Badalamenti walked down a street, thought he was safe. He was wrong. That arrest triggered nearly 30 more arrests the next day. A 17-month trial, 18 convictions. For nearly a decade, Sicilian mafiosi had turned neighborhood pizza shops into drug distribution centers. They'd operated in plain sight, in small towns where no one suspected. They moved $1.6 billion in heroin. They corrupted financial institutions. They flooded America with heroin. And for years, they got away with it. Because who would suspect the pizza parlor where you take your kids for dinner? The FBI did. With years of surveillance, thousands of wiretaps, international cooperation, $1.6 billion in heroin, hidden in tomato cans, distributed through pizza parlors, until one arrest in Madrid ended it all.
January 25th, 1947, Palm Island, Florida. Al Capone sat in his mansion talking to people who weren't there. Dead people. Men he'd ordered killed years ago. His wife, May, watched helplessly. Their son, Sonny, tried to understand. It was gibberish. The mind of a 12-year-old child, doctors had determined, in a 48-year-old body. 3 days earlier, Capone had suffered a stroke. Then pneumonia set in. His heart was failing. This was Al Capone, Scarface, public enemy number one. The man who'd controlled Chicago during Prohibition, who'd made $100 million a year, who'd survived multiple assassination attempts, machine gun ambushes, bombings, rival gangs trying to kill him for years. He'd survived all of it, but he couldn't survive syphilis. He'd contracted it as a teenager, probably from a prostitute at one of the brothels where he worked as a bouncer in Chicago. He was too ashamed to seek treatment. The disease festered, burrowed into his organs, eventually attacked his brain. Neurosyphilis, a bacterial infection that destroyed his cognitive abilities. On January 25th, surrounded by his family, Al Capone died of cardiac arrest. He was 48 years old. This is the story of how the most untouchable gangster in American history was destroyed by something he brought on himself. The rise. Alphonse Gabriel Capone was born in Brooklyn on January 17, 1999. Italians, immigrants, working-class family. At age 14, he struck a teacher in the face. He was expelled. He never returned to school. He joined the 5 Points gang as a teenager. That's where he met Johnny Torrio and Lucky Luciano. Around 1919, Capone moved to Chicago. Torrio had invited him. He needed an enforcer. Capone started as a bouncer in one of Jim Colosimo's brothels. This is where the medical story begins. Capone had sex with prostitutes working there. He contracted syphilis. He was probably in his early 20s. Syphilis was treatable at the time. Salvarsan, a medication developed by Paul Ehrlich, worked fairly well if caught early. Capone never sought treatment. He was too ashamed. In May 1920, Jim Colosimo was shot to death. Capone was rumored to have killed him on Torrio's orders. With Colosimo dead, Torrio took over. Capone became his right-hand man. Perfect timing. Prohibition had just started. Whoever controlled bootlegging would make millions. By the mid-1920s, Capone's organization was making an estimated $100 million a year. But success brought enemies.
The violence. The North Side Gang was Capone's primary enemy. Irish gangsters led first by Dean O'Banion, then Jaime Weiss, then Bugs Moran. In November 1924, Torrio ordered the murder of Dean O'Banion. He was shot to death outside his flower shop. The North Side Gang retaliated. They tried to kill Torrio in January 1925. Torrio was shot multiple times but survived. After recovering, he retired and gave control to the 26-year-old Capone. Now Capone was the boss and the target. At least 10 gunmen tried to assassinate Capone in the mid-1920s. All failed. All ended up dead. In November 1927, Joe Aiello organized machine gun ambushes, one across from a cigar store Capone frequented. Police raided the locations and arrested the gunmen before they could act. September 20th, 1926, the Hawthorne Hotel. Capone was eating lunch. A motorcade of 10 vehicles pulled up. Northside gang members with Thompson submachine guns and shotguns. They opened fire, hundreds of rounds. Glass shattered everywhere. Capone's bodyguard, Frankie Rio, threw him to the ground, laid on top of him. Capone survived without a scratch. 3 weeks later, Jaime Weiss was killed outside the North Side's headquarters. Capone had ordered the hit. It was estimated that over 100 people died in building bombings attributed to Capone's orders during this period. He survived because he was careful, smart, ruthless. But while he was avoiding bullets and bombs, syphilis was killing him slowly, still untreated, still spreading. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre, February 14th, 1929. A garage at 2122 North Clark Street, Bugs Moran's headquarters. 4 men entered. 2 wore police uniforms. They announced it was a raid, told 7 men inside to line up against the wall. Then the shooting started. Thompson submachine guns, over 70 rounds. All 7 men were killed. The most brutal gangland massacre in American history. Bugs Moran wasn't there. He'd been running late. He survived by accident. Capone was at his Miami home. He had an alibi. But everyone knew he'd ordered it. He was dubbed Public Enemy Number 1. President Herbert Hoover ordered the federal government to take Capone down for tax evasion.
The downfall. On June 5, 1931, Capone was indicted on 22 counts of income tax evasion. He thought he'd struck a deal for a 2.5-year sentence, but the judge refused to honor it. Capone tried to bribe jurors, but at the last moment, the judge switched to an entirely new jury. October 18, 1931, guilty. November 24th, 11 years in federal prison, $50,000 fine, $215,000 in back taxes. Capone was sent to Atlanta U.S. Penitentiary in May 1932. He was 33. Upon arrival, he was diagnosed with syphilis and gonorrhea, both untreated for over a decade. The syphilis had entered its latest stages. It had gone dormant for years, but it had been quietly attacking his internal organs, his brain. Alcatraz. In August 1934, Capone was transferred to Alcatraz. He was assigned a standard 9-by-5-foot cell, no privileges, no special treatment. He swept corridors, mopped floors, did laundry. He started reading books on English grammar, music appreciation, flower gardening. He subscribed to 87 newspapers and magazines. He started a prison band, learned to play the banjo. He'd never played any instrument before. He even wrote his own song, Madonna Mia, a tribute to his wife May. But his mental decline was becoming obvious. By 1936, he frequently failed to follow God's orders, not out of defiance, out of confusion. He couldn't process them. He'd wear his winter coat, hat, and gloves while sitting in his heated cell. He'd stare at nothing for hours. On June 23, 1936, fellow inmate James C. Lucas attacked Capone with scissors. Capone grabbed his mandola and swung it like a club. A guard intervened. In February 1938, Capone was officially diagnosed with neurosyphilis. The infection had been eating away at his brain tissue for years. He spent the last year of his sentence in the prison hospital wing, confused, disoriented. His wife, May, appealed for his release. His reduced mental capabilities meant he wasn't a pred anymore. November 16, 1939. Al Capone was released. He was 40 years old. His mind was destroyed. His legendary career was over.
To final years. Capone moved to his Palm Island mansion in Florida. His family took him to Baltimore for treatment from Dr. Joseph Moore, the leading syphilis expert in the country. They tried everything: injections of bismuth and tryposamide, malaria therapy, deliberately infecting him with malaria to induce fevers that might kill the bacteria. None of it worked. In 1942, Capone became one of the first Americans to receive penicillin for syphilis. Penicillin slowed the progression, but the damage already done was irreversible. In 1946, a physician and psychiatrist concluded that Capone had the mental capacity of a 12-year-old child. His last years were quiet, isolated. He couldn't remember who his relatives were sometimes. He'd ask his sister who she was, then forget, then ask again. He'd have conversations with dead people, men he'd ordered killed decades earlier. Full animated conversations. Federal agents still monitored him, but Capone couldn't run anything. He could barely remember what day it was. January 21st, 1947, 7:40 p.m. Surrounded by his family, Al Capone died. His heart failed as a result of cardiac arrest. He was 48 years old. The truth. Al Capone survived everything the criminal underworld threw at him. Rival gangs tried to kill him repeatedly. At least 10 assassination attempts. He walked away every time. He survived the St. Valentine's Day massacre backlash, federal investigation, prison, even the stabbing attack at Alcatraz. But he couldn't survive a disease he brought on himself. Syphilis was treatable when he contracted it, but he was too ashamed to seek treatment. That shame cost him everything. By the time he finally received treatment in the 1940s, it was too late. Penicillin killed the bacteria, but it couldn't restore destroyed brain tissue. The man who'd made $100 million a year couldn't afford to admit he had a venereal disease. The man who controlled Chicago through violence couldn't control the bacteria eating his brain. He died confused, delusional, unable to remember his own family. The mind of a 12-year-old in a 48-year-old body. Al Capone survived assassination attempts, brutal gang wars, federal prison, even a stabbing attack at Alcatraz. But he couldn't survive syphilis. He was 48 years old.
Hello, family. YouTube age-restricted the original version of this video that included the uncensored crime scene photos. Check the description for that version if you're curious. Otherwise, the content is exactly the same here in this version.
Number 10. Joe Masseria, April 15, 1931. Joe Masseria was one of the two most powerful mob bosses in New York. He'd been fighting Salvatore Maranzano for control of the city's criminal operations. The Castellamare War. Dozens dead. The violence was tearing apart the underworld. Charles "Lucky" Luciano was Masseria's lieutenant, but Luciano wanted the war to end. He wanted to modernize the Mafia, make it a business, not a gang war. So Luciano made a deal with Maranzano. He'd betray Masseria. In exchange, the war would end. April 15, 1931. Masseria took Luciano to lunch at Nuova Villa Tamaro, a restaurant in Coney Island. They ate, they talked. After lunch, they played cards. Luciano excused himself to go to the bathroom. 4 gunmen walked in. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, Albert Anastasia, Vito Genovese, Al Adonis, all working for Luciano. They shot Masseria multiple times. He died at the table, an ace of spades in his hand. When police arrived, Luciano was coming out of the bathroom. He claimed he didn't see anything. The gunmen were long gone.
The Castellamare War ended immediately. Maranzano took control, but not for long. Number 9. Salvatore Maranzano, September 10th, 1931. Salvatore Maranzano won the Castellamare War. He declared himself boss of all bosses. He organized New York's mob into 5 families, set up the structure that still exists today. But Maranzano made a mistake. He started planning to kill the young bosses who threatened his power. Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, Vito Genovese, Al Capone. Luciano found out. He moved first. September 10th, 1931, just 5 months after Masseria's murder. 4 men dressed as federal agents entered Maranzano's office in the Helmsley building in Manhattan. They claimed they had a warrant, told everyone to line up against the wall. Then they stabbed and shot Maranzano to death. Some sources say Bugsy Siegel was one of the killers. When Maranzano gone, Luciano and Meyer Lansky created the Commission, a ruling body that would prevent future wars. No more boss of all bosses, just cooperation between families. Modern American organized crime was born.
Number 8. Bugsy Siegel, June 20th, 1947. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel built the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas, the casino that transformed the desert town into America's gambling capital. But the Flamingo was a disaster initially. Construction costs ballooned from $1 million to over $6 million. The mob bosses financing it suspected Siegel was stealing their money. When the casino opened in December 1946, it lost money immediately. It closed after 2 weeks. The Flamingo reopened in March 1947 and started turning a profit, but it was too late. The mob had lost patience. June 20th, 1947, Beverly Hills, California. Siegel sat on a couch in his girlfriend Virginia Hill's mansion. He was reading the Los Angeles Times with his associate, Alan Smiley, next to him. An unknown gunman fired through the window with a .30 caliber M1 carbine. 9 shots. 4 hit Siegel, 2 to the head. The impact was so powerful it blew his left eye out of its socket across the room. He died instantly. The newspaper fell to the floor. Minutes after the murder, mob associates arrived at the Flamingo in Las Vegas to take control. The timing suggested the hit was pre-approved at the highest levels. To this day, nobody knows who pulled the trigger, but everyone knows why. You don't lose the mob's money and survive. Number 7. Albert Anastasia, October 25th, 1957. Albert Anastasia ran Murder Incorporated in the 1930s and 40s, the enforcement arm that killed hundreds for the mob. By 1957, he was boss of what's now the Gambino crime family. But Anastasia had enemies. He was violent, unpredictable. Other bosses feared him. Vito Genovese and Carlo Gambino, Anastasia's underboss, decide he had to go. October 25th, 1957, Park Sheraton Hotel in Manhattan. Anastasia sat on a barbershop getting a shave, hot towel over his face, completely vulnerable. 2 men wearing scarves walked in. They pulled out guns and fired. The crime scene photos show his blood-spattered body on the barbershop floor, one of the most famous mob hit photos ever taken. Carlo Gambino took over the family. Vito Genovese consolidated power. 3 weeks later, the Appalachian meeting would expose both of them. Number 6. Joey Gallo, April 7th, 1972. Crazy Joe Gallo earned his nickname. He was unpredictable, violent. He'd started a war against Joe Colombo and the Colombo family.
The First Colombo War, dozens killed. Gallo went to prison for 10 years. When he was released in 1971, he started another conflict. Some believe he ordered the shooting of Joe Colombo at an Italian-American Unity Day rally in June 1971. Colombo survived, but was paralyzed. The Colombo family wanted revenge. April 7, 1972, Umberto's Clam House in Little Italy. Gallo was celebrating his 43rd birthday. He was there with his new wife, his stepdaughter, his sister, and his bodyguard. 4 men walked in at 4:30 a.m., opened fire. Gallo was hit multiple times. He tried to escape through the back door, but collapsed on the street. He died on the sidewalk. His wife and stepdaughter had to step over his body to get help. The gunmen escaped. Nobody was ever charged, but everyone knew it was payback for Colombo. Number 5. Carmine Galante, July 12, 1979. Carmine Galante had been imprisoned from 1962 to 1974 on narcotics charges. When he was released, he took control of the Bonanno family. Galante wanted to dominate the heroin trade. He refused to share profits with the other families. He acted like he was untouchable. The commission decided otherwise. July 12, 1979, Joe and Mary's Italian-American restaurant on Knickerbocker Avenue in Brooklyn. Galante sat on the back patio with his bodyguards and the restaurant's owner, eating lunch, a cigar in his mouth, like always. 3 masked gunmen burst in, shot Galante multiple times, also killed his bodyguard, Leonardo Coppola, and restaurant owner, Giuseppe Turano. The shooters were from his own family, sent by the commission to eliminate him. The crime scene photos are famous. Galante lying on his back, eyes open, cigar still clenched in his teeth, blood everywhere. The hit sent a message. The commission still had power. Nobody was above their authority. Number 4. Paul Castellano, December 16, 1985. Paul Castellano became boss of the Gambino family in 1976. He was a businessman, preferred white-collar crime over street violence. He made millions through construction and legitimate businesses. But younger members of the family resented him. They wanted to deal drugs. Castellano had banned it. They also thought he was losing touch with traditional mob values. John Gotti, a Gambino capo, decided to take over. December 16, 1985, Manhattan, rush hour. Castellano and his underboss, Thomas Bellotti, pulled up to Spark Steakhouse for dinner. It was 6 o'clock. The street was crowded with holiday shoppers. As Castellano exited his car, 4 gunmen in identical trench coats and fur hats approached him. They shot him 6 times, then shot Bellotti. Both died on the sidewalk. Gotti watched from a car across the street. He wanted to make sure it was done correctly. The brazen hit in Midtown Manhattan shocked the public. It was the most profile mob assassination since Albert Anastasia in 1957. Gotti took over the Gambino family, but the attention from Castellano's murder would eventually destroy him. The FBI targeted Gotti relentlessly. He went to prison in 1992 and died there in 2002.
Sam Giancana, June 19, 1975. Sam Giancana ran the Chicago outfit in the 1960s. He was politically connected, allegedly helped get John F. Kennedy elected in 1960. The CIA reportedly recruited him to assassinate Fidel Castro. But by the mid-70s, Giancana was a liability. He'd been called to testify before Senate committees investigating CIA and mob connections. He knew too much. June 19, 1975. Giancana's home in Oak Park, Illinois. He was in the basement kitchen cooking sausage and peppers. Someone he trusted walked in. Giancana wouldn't have let a stranger into his home. The killer shot him 7 times, 5 times around the mouth and jaw. The wounds suggested a message: stop talking. To this day, nobody knows who killed Giancana. Theories range from the CIA to mob bosses protecting their secrets to rival Chicago gangsters. His murder remains one of the most mysterious mob hits. Someone silenced him before he could testify about things that powerful people wanted buried. Number 2, Anthony Spilotro, June 14, 1986. Anthony Spilotro was the Chicago Outfit's enforcer in Las Vegas. Tony the Ant. Brutal, violent. He oversaw the skim operations at multiple casinos, protected the mob's interests. But Spilotro became a problem. He was too violent, drew too much attention, had an affair with the wife of a key casino figure. The bosses in Chicago decided he was a liability. June 14, 1986. Spilotro and his brother Michael were told to come to a meeting in Indiana. They thought it was a promotion. Michael was going to be made a member of the outfit. It was a trap. When they arrived, other mob members were waiting. They beat both brothers to death, then buried them in an Indiana cornfield. The bodies were discovered a week later. The autopsy showed they'd been beaten so severely that Anthony had been buried alive. He'd inhaled dirt into his lungs. The murder was depicted in the movie Casino. Pesci's character meets the same fate. Spilotro's death marked the end of the Chicago Outfit's control of Las Vegas. The violence had become too public. Federal investigations intensified. The mob's golden age in Vegas was over. Number 1, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, February 14, 1929. This isn't a single hit. It's the most brutal mass murder in mob history. Al Capone controlled bootlegging in Chicago, but Bugs Moran's Northside gang competed for territory. They tried to kill Capone multiple times. Capone and his lieutenant, Machine Gun Jack McGurn, planned to eliminate Moran's top men. February 14, 1929. A garage at 2122 North Clark Street, Moran's headquarters. 7 men were inside, waiting for a hijacked whiskey shipment. 4 men entered. 2 wore police uniforms. They announced it was a raid, told everyone to line up against the wall with their hands up. They complied. They thought it was a routine police shakedown. Then the shooting started. Thompson submachine guns. Over 70 rounds fired. All 7 men were killed, shot multiple times. Blood everywhere. Bugs Moran wasn't there. He was running late, saw the police cars outside, and stayed away. He survived by accident. Capone was at his Miami home with an alibi, but everyone knew he'd ordered it. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre shocked America. The brutality, the execution-style killings, the fact that it happened in broad daylight in a major city. It made Capone the most famous gangster in America, public enemy number 1. It also marked the beginning of the end. President Hoover ordered the federal government to take Capone down. They eventually got him for tax evasion. The massacre showed America what organized crime really was. Not glamorous, not honorable, just brutal violence in pursuit of money and power.
February 14, 1910. Highland, New York. Secret Service agents surrounded a 2-story farmhouse at 3 in the morning. They'd been watching it for 6 months, waiting, building their case. Inside that farmhouse was a printing press, not for newspapers, not for pamphlets, for $50 bills. The men running it had flooded the eastern United States with fake currency for over a decade. They printed hundreds of thousands of dollars, passed it through grocery stores, saloons, train stations, small transactions when nobody looked too closely. The bills were good, really good. Good enough that most people never noticed. Good enough that when someone did notice, they couldn't prove it. The Secret Service knew who was behind it: Giuseppe Morello, the first boss of the first Italian organized crime family in America. But knowing and proving are two different things. What the Secret Service didn't fully understand yet was how the operation worked, the chemistry, the networks, the system that let organized crime turn $20 in materials into $20,000 in profit. Counterfeiting wasn't glamorous like bootlegging. It wasn't dramatic like murder. But for organized crime, it was something better. It was reliable. And once you understood how it worked, you understood why the Mafia kept coming back to it for over a century. The appeal. Before we get into how counterfeiting operations actually functioned, you need to understand why organized crime was attracted to it in the first place. Most Mafia businesses required territory. Bootlegging needed speakeasies and distribution routes. Gambling needed protection from cops and rival gangs. Loan sharking needed a neighborhood where people knew you and feared you. Counterfeiting was different. You could do it anywhere. A farmhouse in upstate New York, a basement in Brooklyn, a warehouse in New Jersey. As long as you had the equipment and the skill, location didn't matter much. It didn't require violence. You weren't shaking down business owners. You weren't shooting rival crews. You weren't drawing attention. A good counterfeiting operation was invisible until it was too late. The profit margins were insane. Raw materials cost almost nothing. Paper, ink, chemicals, maybe a few $100s. If you printed $50 bills, every successful pass was nearly pure profit. Print $10,000 in counterfeit 50s, spend $200 on materials, and you just made a $9,800 profit. If you could pass it without getting caught. That was the key phrase, if you could pass it. Because counterfeiting had one massive advantage over every other criminal enterprise. The federal government cared more about stopping it than almost anything else. Why? Currency is trust. When people believe a dollar bill is worth $1, the economy functions. When they start doubting it, everything collapses. Counterfeiting attacks that trust. It dilutes the money supply. It makes people question every bill they touch. The Secret Service wasn't originally created to protect presidents. That came later. The Secret Service was created in 1865 for one specific purpose: stop counterfeiting. After the Civil War, it was estimated that 1/3 to 1/2 of all currency in circulation was counterfeit. 1 out of every $2 might be fake. The federal government was losing control of its own money supply.
So they created an agency that had unlimited resources and unlimited jurisdiction. If you were counterfeiting, the Secret Service would find you. Not local cops, not state police, federal agents who didn't stop at county lines and didn't care about jurisdictional boundaries. For organized crime, this created a calculation. Huge profits, minimal violence, but if you got caught, you were facing federal prison, long sentences, no parole, no local judges you could bribe. Some crews decided it was worth the risk. Giuseppe Morello was one of them. The Morello Operation, Part 1, The Setup. Giuseppe Morello arrived in New York from Sicily in 1899. He was 28 years old. He already had a reputation in Sicily: violent, connected, smart. In New York, he started building what would become the Morello crime family, the first Italian organized crime family in America. Extortion, loan sharking, murder for hire, all the traditional businesses. But Morello saw something others didn't say.
an opportunity that required different skills. He recruited Antonio Meloni. Meloni wasn't a typical mobster. He was an artisan, a master engraver and lithographer. In Sicily, he worked in legitimate printing, creating fine stationery, wedding invitations, business cards, work that required precision and an eye for detail. Morello convinced him there was more money in illegal printing. Meloni's job was to create the plates. This was the hardest part of any counterfeiting operation. You couldn't just photocopy a bill. Photocopiers didn't exist yet. You had to hand engrave the plates, replicating every line, every number, every tiny detail of a genuine bill. It took months. Meloni would study a real $50 bill under magnification, trace every element, then engrave the mirror image onto a lithographic stone or metal plate. One mistake and the whole plate was useless. The paper was the next challenge. Real currency wasn't printed on regular paper. It was printed on a specific cotton linen blend that felt different from anything else. It had a distinctive texture, a certain stiffness. If your counterfeit was printed on regular paper, anyone who handled it would know immediately. Morello's crew found a solution. They bought high-quality rag paper from specialty suppliers. It wasn't perfect, but it was close enough. When you're passing a 50 at a crowded saloon and the bartender's busy, close enough works. The ink was crucial too. Currency ink had unique properties. It didn't smudge. It had a specific sheen. It aged in a particular way. Real currency ink was produced by the Bureau of Engraving and Printing using proprietary formulas. You couldn't buy it. You had to make something that looked similar. Morello's crew experimented with different combinations: carbon black, dyes, binders. They tested each batch by comparing it to genuine bills under different lighting conditions: sunlight, gaslight, candlelight. The counterfeit had to look right in every situation. Then came the press. You couldn't use just any printing press. You needed one with enough pressure to force the ink into the paper fibers, creating the slightly raised feel of genuine engraving. Too much pressure and you damaged the plates. Too little and the bills looked flat and obvious. Morello bought a small lithographic press, nothing fancy, the kind a legitimate print shop would use. It could handle the pressure needed for currency without attracting attention. All of this equipment and materials required investment, several $1,000s. For a criminal organization in 1900, that was serious money. You couldn't just start a counterfeiting operation on a whim. It required capital, planning, and patience. Most importantly, it required secrecy.
The Morello Operation, Part 2, Production. By 1903, Morello's operation was ready to print. They'd rented the farmhouse in Highland, New York, a quiet town about 75 miles north of New York City, far enough from the city to avoid attention, close enough to reach their distribution network. The location was perfect, isolated. The nearest neighbor was half a mile away. Thick trees on 3 sides, a single dirt road leading in. If anyone approached, they'd see the dust cloud long before the visitor arrived. Inside, they'd converted the main room into a print shop. The lithographic press dominated the center. Shelves held plates, paper, ink. They'd covered the windows with thick curtains. No one could see in. More importantly, no one could see the light at night when they were printing. The printing process took time. You couldn't rush it. First, Meloni would ink the plate, roll the sticky ink across the engraved surface, making sure it filled every groove and line. Too much ink, and it would blur. Too little, and the details would be faint. Then he'd position the paper, line it up perfectly with the plate. Even a millimeter off, and the borders would be wrong, the serial numbers misaligned. Anyone who looked closely would notice. The press would come down, pressure forcing the ink from plate to paper. The distinctive feel of engraved printing. They'd pull the bill and inspect it, hold it up to light, check the details. Most bills were acceptable. Some were perfect. A few had flaws, smudges, misalignments, broken lines. Those went straight into the fire. They couldn't risk anyone seeing an obviously flawed counterfeit and tracing it back to them. Serial numbers were a problem. Genuine bills all had different serial numbers. If you printed 1,000 bills with the same serial number, anyone who looked at two of them would know they were fake. Morello's solution was simple but labor-intensive. They printed bills in small batches, changed the plates regularly to vary the serial numbers. It was slower, but it made the bills much harder to detect. They aged the bills too. Fresh bills look suspicious. They take a stack of new counterfeits and handle them, fold them, crumple them slightly, rub them with a little dirt, make them look like they'd been in circulation for a while. Some bills they'd fold and put in their pockets for a few days, walk around with them, let them pick up the wear and smell of real currency. The operation produced bills in cycles. They'd print for a few days, then shut down completely for a week or two. Let things cool off. Watch for any signs that law enforcement was getting close. At their peak, they were printing around $20,000 in counterfeit 50s per year. That doesn't sound like much today, but in 1900, the average worker made around $500 a year. $20,000 in counterfeit was equivalent to 40 years of wages. The printing was only half the operation. The harder part was getting the bills into circulation without getting caught.
The distribution network. Giuseppe Morello understood something fundamental about counterfeiting. The person who prints the bills can never be the person who spends them. If you print and pass your own counterfeits, you leave a direct trail. When someone inevitably notices a fake bill, they remember who gave it to them. They tell police, police investigate, they trace it back, you're arrested. Morello built layers of separation between the printing operation and the final transaction. The system worked like this. At the top was the printer, Malone and a few trusted associates who actually produced the bills. They never passed a single counterfeit, never went near a store or saloon, never touched the distribution side. They existed in complete isolation from the street-level operation. Below them was the wholesaler, Morello himself. He'd take the printed bills and sell them to middlemen at a discount. $1,000 in counterfeit 50s sold for $200 to $300 in real money. The wholesaler made real profit without taking the risk of passing fake bills. The middlemen were the next layer. Small-time criminals, crew associates, people who wanted to make money but weren't important enough to be directly involved in the printing. They'd buy counterfeit in bulk from Morello, then sell it to passers at a markup. Buy for $300, sell for $500. Pure profit, still no direct exposure. At the bottom were the passers, also called shovers. These were the people who actually spent the counterfeit bills in stores, restaurants, train stations. They bought the fake bills for about 50 to 60 cents on a dollar. Buy $100 in counterfeit for $50 or $60 in real money. If they successfully passed it all, they just doubled their money. But passers took all the risk. Good passers were invaluable. They needed to look respectable, dress well, act natural, make small purchases where large bills weren't unusual, but the cashier was too busy to look closely. Buy a train ticket with a $50, get $48 in real change. You just turned a worthless piece of paper into real money. Buy groceries, pay for a meal, purchase clothing. Always small transactions, always busy locations, always different neighborhoods. The key was spreading it out. Never pass more than 1 or 2 bills in the same area, never return to the same store, never establish a pattern. Smart passers kept track of where they'd been. They'd map out the city, marking locations they'd already hit. Some wouldn't return to the same neighborhood for months. They also watched for suspicious behavior. If a cashier held the bill up to the light, examined it too closely, called the manager, you didn't wait to see what happened. You acted confused, claimed you didn't know it was fake, apologized, and offered a different bill. Then you never went back. Women were often used as passers. Society viewed women as less suspicious. A well-dressed woman making a purchase at a department store rarely got scrutinized. A man buying the same item might get a second look. Children were used too. Send a kid into a candy store with a counterfeit 50 to buy a penny piece of candy. The shopkeeper would feel bad questioning a child. They'd make change and send the kid on his way. By the time they realized the bill was fake, if they ever did, the child would be long gone. Morello's network eventually included dozens of passes across New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, each passing a few bills per week, each bringing back real currency. $20,000 in counterfeit passed successfully through careful distribution, generated about $12,000 to $15,000 in real money. After paying passes, middlemen, and operating costs, Morello's organization cleared around $8,000 to $10,000 per year from counterfeiting alone. But every time a passer spent the fake bill, they created evidence.
How the Secret Service investigated. William Flynn had been with the Secret Service since 1897. By 1908, he was the agent in charge of the New York field office. His job was to stop counterfeiting in the largest city in America. He had a problem. Reports of fake $50 bills were coming in constantly. Grocery stores, saloons, clothing shops, train stations, all across New York City and into surrounding areas. The bills were good, high quality, same style, same paper, same ink, clearly from the same source. Flynn knew this was a major operation. One person working out of their basement couldn't produce this many bills at this level of quality. This was organized, professional, well-funded. The Secret Service investigated counterfeiting differently than local police investigated crimes. They didn't start by looking for suspects. They started by studying the bills themselves. Every counterfeit has flaws. The engraving is never perfect. The paper is never exactly right. The ink has subtle differences. These flaws are like fingerprints. Once you identify them, you can connect every bill to the same source. Flynn collected fake 50s from every reported incident. He examined them under magnification, cataloged every detail, the way certain numbers were shaped, the spacing of letters, the texture of the paper. He confirmed what he suspected. Same source, same plates, same operation. Now he had to find it. The Secret Service used informants. They had people inside criminal networks, people who owed them favors, people who were facing charges and wanted deals. Flynn put out word through these channels. Whoever gives up the counterfeiting operation gets paid and gets immunity. Someone talked. Not about the printing operation, that was too well protected, but about the distribution. Flynn learned about middlemen buying counterfeit bills. He learned about passes. He started following them. The Secret Service used surveillance. They'd identify a passer, then follow them for weeks. Watch where they went, who they met, where the counterfeit came from. It was slow work. Passers were cautious. They'd take complicated routes, double back, watch for tails. Some use multiple helpers to pass off packages, creating layers of separation. But eventually, patience paid off. Flynn's agents traced the distribution network back to a handful of middlemen.
They watched these middlemen, waited, followed them to their meetings. Now, Flynn had a target. But knowing Morello was involved wasn't enough. He needed evidence. He needed to catch him with counterfeit bills. Better yet, he needed to catch him actually printing. The Secret Service got a court order to tap Morello's communications. They intercepted letters, followed messengers, built a map of the entire organization. They learned about the farmhouse in Highland. Reports came in from local law enforcement. Strange activity. Men coming and going at odd hours. Deliveries of paper and chemicals to what was supposed to be a vacant property. Flynn sent agents to watch the farmhouse. They rented a room in town that overlooked the road leading to the property. They watched through binoculars, took notes on everyone who came and went. They watched for months, building their case, documenting everything. The Secret Service was patient. They wanted everyone, the printers, the distributors, the passers. They wanted to dismantle the entire operation. By February 1910, Flynn had enough evidence. He knew what was happening in the farmhouse. He knew who was involved. He knew how the distribution network functioned. He got arrest warrants.
The raid and aftermath. February 14th, 1910, 3 in the morning. Secret Service agents surrounded the farmhouse in Highland. They brought 20 agents. They weren't taking chances. Some of Morello's crew had reputations for violence. Flynn gave the signal. They hit the door with a battering ram, rushed inside. The printing press was still set up. Fresh bills were drying on racks. Plates were sitting on the workbench. They caught them mid-operation. 4 men were inside. Malone was one of them. They'd been printing through the night. The agents arrested everyone, seized the press, seized the plates, seized approximately $8,000 in finished counterfeit bills. Flynn was thorough. He documented everything, photographed the setup, took samples of the paper and ink, interviewed the arrested men separately, looking for inconsistencies in their stories. None of them talked. They all claimed they were just there by coincidence. They didn't know what was happening. They'd never seen the press before. It didn't matter. The evidence was overwhelming. The Secret Service used the seized materials to trace the distribution network. They found addresses written on scraps of paper, names in notebooks, delivery records. Within 3 weeks, they arrested 17 more people connected to the operation, middlemen, passers, associates. Morello wasn't in the farmhouse that night. He was smart enough to keep physical distance from the printing operation. But Flynn had evidence connecting him to the distribution side. Letters, witness testimony from informants, financial records showing suspicious cash flows. The trial started in November 1910. The Secret Service brought every piece of evidence: the printing press, the plates, stacks of counterfeit bills, expert testimony about the printing process, witness testimony from passers who'd taken deals. The defense argued there was no direct evidence Morello knew about the counterfeiting. He was just a businessman. He couldn't be held responsible for what his associates did without his knowledge. The jury didn't buy it. Morello was convicted, so were 15 others. The sentences were harsh. Federal judges didn't mess around with counterfeiting. Morello got 25 years. Malone got 15. The middlemen and passers got 5 to 10 years each. The Secret Service had dismantled one of the largest counterfeiting operations in American history. But the story of counterfeiting and organized crime was just beginning. The Evolution, 1920 to 1960. Morello's conviction didn't stop organized crime from counterfeiting. It taught them what not to do. During Prohibition in the 1920s, bootlegging became the dominant moneymaker for organized crime. Counterfeiting took a back seat.
Why print fake money when you can make real money selling illegal alcohol? But some crews kept at it. They learned from Morello's mistakes. The new operations were smaller, more mobile. Instead of large printing operations that ran for years, crews would print short runs, then shut down completely. Print $5,000 in counterfeit, pass it through the distribution network, then dismantle everything. Move the equipment, wait 6 months, set up somewhere new, print again. The technology was improving too. By the 1930s, photo engraving technology had advanced. You could create better plates faster. The bills looked more convincing.
But the Secret Service was improving too. They added new security features to currency. Embedded threads, special inks that change color under UV light, microprinting that was too small to replicate without expensive equipment. Every time the Secret Service added security features, counterfeiters found ways around them. It became an arms race, better security versus better counterfeiting techniques. After World War II, organized crime discovered something important. Counterfeiting didn't have to be just currency. They started counterfeiting bonds, stock certificates, cashier's checks. These were harder to verify and easier to pass in large amounts. A crew could counterfeit a $50,000 bond and pass it at a bank before anyone noticed it was fake. The Genovese family ran a sophisticated bond counterfeiting operation in the 1950s. They employed skilled printers who could replicate U.S. Treasury bonds almost perfectly. They'd sell them to fences for 20 cents on the dollar. The fences would find overseas buyers who tried to cash them at European banks. By the time the banks discovered the bonds were fake, the trail was cold. International banking regulations were loose, communication was slow, money had already moved through multiple accounts across multiple countries. The FBI estimated that between 1950 and 1960, organized crime counterfeiting operations produced over $50 million in fake bonds and securities. The penalties got harsher. Sentences increased to 30, 40 years. The federal government made it clear. Counterfeiting was treated as seriously as treason. You were attacking the fundamental trust in American financial systems. But for some crews, the potential profit was still worth the risk. The technical challenges. Understanding why counterfeiting operations fail requires understanding the technical challenges involved. The paper is the first hurdle. U.S. currency is printed on a specific blend, 75% cotton, 25% linen. It has red and blue fibers embedded throughout. When you hold a real bill up to the light, you can see these tiny colored fibers distributed randomly through the paper. This paper is produced by exactly one company, Crane Currency in Massachusetts. They've had the contract since 1879. They don't sell this paper to anyone else. You can't buy it, you can't order it, you can't legally possess it unless you work for the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. Counterfeiters have to find alternatives. Some use high-quality cotton rag paper and try to add fibers manually. They'll dissolve red and blue thread, mix the fibers into paper pulp, and create their own blend. It's labor-intensive and never quite perfect. Others bleach $1 bills. Take a genuine $1 bill, soak it in chemical solution to remove the ink, then print a higher denomination on the real paper. This method produces bills that pass several authentication tests because they're printed on genuine currency paper. But the process damages the security features embedded in the paper. Under UV light or close inspection, it becomes obvious. The printing process is the second major challenge. Real currency is printed on intaglio printing. This is a specialized technique where the design is engraved into metal plates. Ink fills the grooves. Paper is pressed against the plate with tremendous force. The ink transfers, leaving a slightly raised texture you can feel with your fingers. That texture is one of the primary ways people verify currency. Hold a bill and rub your finger across it. You should feel the raised printing, especially on the portrait and the numbers. Intaglio presses are expensive. They're also tightly controlled. The manufacturers keep records of every sale. If you're not a government entity or established printing company, you can't buy one. Counterfeiters use offset printing or digital printing. These methods create flat prints. They try to simulate the raised texture by printing multiple layers or using specialty inks, but it's never quite right. Anyone who knows what to feel for can detect the difference immediately. The ink is another problem. Currency ink has specific properties. The black ink is carbon-based with magnetic particles. The green ink has a distinctive formulation that's resistant to photo bleaching. The Bureau of Engraving and Printing guards these formulas carefully. Counterfeiters experiment with commercial printing inks, trying to match the color and properties. They get close, but under the right tests, the differences show up. Then there's security features. Modern currency is loaded with them. Security threads embedded in the paper. Hold the bill up to light and you see a thin strip running vertically with micro-printed text. That strip glows different colors under UV light depending on the denomination. $20 bills glow green, 50s glow yellow, 100s glow pink. Watermarks. Hold the bill up to light and you see a faint portrait. This is created during the paper-making process. It's not printed on. It's built into the paper fibers. You can't replicate it without access to the same paper-making techniques. Color shifting ink. Tilt the bill and certain numbers change color. On a $100 bill, the 100 in the lower right corner shifts from copper to green. This ink contains special pigments that reflect different wavelengths of light depending on the viewing angle. It's extraordinarily expensive and nearly impossible to replicate. Microprinting. Text so small you need magnification to read it. On a genuine bill, this text is sharp and clear. On a counterfeit, it's blurry or looks like a solid line. Serial numbers. Every bill has unique serial numbers. They're printed separately from the main design using a different technique. The numbers must align perfectly, have consistent spacing, and use the correct font. On counterfeits, these details are often wrong. Each security feature requires different expertise and equipment to replicate. Even sophisticated operations usually can't fake them all convincingly. They focus on making the bills good enough to pass casual inspection. That's the key phrase, good enough. A counterfeit doesn't need the full experts. It just needs to fool a busy cashier who glances at it for 2 seconds before putting it in the register.
Why people kept trying. With all these challenges, all these security features, all the risk of long federal prison sentences, why did people keep trying? Because when it worked, the economics were incredible. Think about it from the counterfeiter's perspective. You invest $20,000 in equipment, print and press, plates, paper, ink, chemicals. That's your startup cost. You print $50,000 in counterfeit hundreds. Your material cost per bill is about $2. To print 500 bills worth $50,000 face value, you spend about $1,000 in materials. You sell the counterfeit to distributors at 40% of face value. They pay you $20,000 in real money for $50,000 in fake money. You just made $19,000 profit. And you still have all your equipment. You can print again next month. If you successfully operate for just 1 year, printing and selling counterfeit every month, you're making over $200,000 in profit, tax-free. No employees to pay, no overhead except materials. The risk calculation made sense for certain people. If you were already a criminal, already facing potential prison time for other activities, adding counterfeiting to your operation didn't change much. You were already breaking serious laws. Might as well break ones with huge profit margins. For organized crime specifically, counterfeiting fit into their business model perfectly. They already had distribution networks. They already had people who could pass fake bills while doing their regular activities. A loan shark making collections could pass counterfeit while making rounds. A bookie taking bets could pass counterfeit when paying winners. They could also use counterfeit strategically. Need to pay someone you don't like?
give them counterfeit. If they try to spend it and get caught, that's their problem. If they notice it's fake and come back angry, you claim you didn't know and pay them in real money. Either way, you save money. Counterfeit was also useful for money laundering. You'd mix fake bills in with real money, deposit it in banks in small amounts, and let it circulate. Banks weren't checking every bill in 1960. They assumed if it came from a legitimate-looking business deposit, it was real. The other factor was ego. For some printers, especially the skilled artisans, counterfeiting was a challenge. Could they create something so perfect that even experts couldn't tell? It became about craftsmanship and pride, not just money. Frank Barassa, a Canadian counterfeiter, arrested in 2012, printed $250 million in fake US 20s. He told investigators he did it partly to prove he could. He wanted to create the perfect counterfeit. When Secret Service agents examined his bills, they admitted they were the highest quality counterfeits they'd ever seen. He got sentenced to 6 weeks in jail after cooperating fully and giving back the counterfeit plates. Canadian authorities viewed him more as an artist who crossed the line than a traditional criminal. But most counterfeiters weren't artists. They were criminals looking for profit. The modern era, 1980 to 2000. By the 1980s, counterfeiting had changed dramatically. The biggest shift came from technology. Personal computers, laser printers, desktop publishing software, scanners. Suddenly, anyone with a few $1,000s could set up a counterfeiting operation in their garage. You didn't need specialized printing equipment. You didn't need years of training as an engraver. You scanned the bill, adjusted it in Photoshop, printed it on decent paper, and you had counterfeit.
The quality wasn't as good as traditional methods. Digital printing couldn't replicate the raised texture of intaglio printing. The colors were slightly off, the paper was clearly wrong, but these new counterfeiters weren't trying to fool experts. They were targeting casual transactions, self-checkout machines, vending machines, automated systems that didn't scrutinize bills closely. The Secret Service called these people casual counterfeiters. They weren't organized crime. They were regular people who thought they'd found an easy way to make money. College students printing fake 20s to pay for textbooks, gamblers printing hundreds to pay debts, small-time criminals who saw a YouTube video explaining the process. These operations produced low-quality bills, but huge quantities. A traditional counterfeiter might print a few $1,000s per month. A casual counterfeiter with a good printer could produce that in a weekend. By 1990, the Secret Service estimated there were hundreds of small-scale digital counterfeiting operations across the United States. None of them sophisticated, all of them producing bills that wouldn't fool anyone who looked carefully. But collectively, they were flooding the market with fake currency. The government responded with a currency redesign. In 1996, they released redesigned bills with enhanced security features, the ones we mostly use today. Larger portraits, off-center and bigger, harder to replicate precisely. Color-shifting ink, watermarks, security threads, fine-line printing patterns that digital scanners couldn't capture accurately. They made the bills harder to counterfeit using consumer technology. But organized crime wasn't using consumer technology. The big operations had moved overseas. In places like Colombia, Peru, and Eastern Europe, sophisticated printing operations produced high-quality counterfeits that rivaled anything made in the United States. These weren't casual operations. They were employing master printers, using professional equipment, and producing millions of dollars in fake currency. The Colombian cartels were particularly problematic. They had the money to buy professional printing equipment. They had the expertise because many of them had been printing fake documents for years: passports, visas, identification cards. Counterfeiting currency was just another application of skills they already had. More importantly, they had distribution networks. The same routes used to smuggle cocaine into the United States worked for counterfeit currency. They'd send shipments of fake hundreds along with drug shipments. When dealers sold drugs, they'd mix counterfeit bills in with real money, passing it through the economy. The Secret Service estimates that in the 1990s, Colombian operations produced over $50 million per year in fake U.S. currency. Most of it was passed in the United States, but some circulated internationally. American dollars were the global reserve currency. Counterfeit American bills could be spent almost anywhere. The quality from these operations was concerning. Some bills were nearly perfect. Secret Service agents needed specialized equipment and training to identify them. The paper was close enough, the printing was excellent, the security features were carefully replicated. One operation in Peru, discovered in 1998, had produced nearly $70 million in fake hundreds before being shut down. Their bills had all the correct security features, or extremely good approximations. They'd used real currency paper stolen from the manufacturer. They'd employed former government printers who knew the exact techniques. When agents raided the facility, they found sophisticated equipment worth over $2 million. Industrial printing presses, professional engraving tools, chemical analysis equipment for matching ink formulations. This wasn't a criminal operation that happened to do counterfeiting. This was a professional printing operation dedicated solely to producing fake currency. The scale was massive. They were printing $1 million in counterfeit per week, selling it to distributors for 40 to 50 cents on the dollar, making $400,000 to $500,000 per week in profit. And they've been operating for 3 years before getting caught.
The distribution problem. By 2000, the Secret Service realized something important. The printing operations weren't the problem. They could find and shut down printing operations. It took time and resources, but it was possible. The real problem was distribution. You could seize a printing operation and arrest everyone involved, but the thousands of counterfeit bills they'd already produced were out there, circulating, passing from person to person, impossible to track. Organized crime had refined distribution to an art form. They'd learned from Morello's mistakes. They'd created systems that were nearly impossible to penetrate. The modern distribution network worked like this. The printing operation was completely isolated, often in another country. The printers never met the distributors. They never knew where the counterfeit was going. They'd produce bills, package them, and send them through a series of intermediaries. The first intermediary would be a shipping company, usually a freight forwarder that handled lots of international shipments. The counterfeit would be hidden in shipments of legitimate goods, electronics, clothing, auto parts, mixed in with thousands of other packages. Customs couldn't inspect everything. They used risk assessment. If a shipment came from a known legitimate company, had proper documentation, and matched expected patterns, it usually passed through without inspection. The shipment would arrive at a warehouse in the United States. Someone would pick it up. Not anyone connected to organized crime, a legitimate business owner who'd been paid to receive a package and hold it. They didn't know what was inside. They were told it was imported merchandise. They'd hold it for a few days, then someone else would pick it up. That second person would take it to another location, break down with shipment, remove the counterfeit, repackage it into smaller quantities, $5,000 here, $10,000 there. Each package going through a regional distributor. The regional distributors were mid-level criminals, people who handled various illegal goods. They'd sell a counterfeit for 50 to 60% of face value. These weren't specialists. They weren't counterfeiters. They were just people who knew how to move illegal merchandise and had connections to people who wanted it. The passers would sell the passes. The passes were the same as they'd always been. Low-level criminals, drug addicts, people desperate for money. They'd buy counterfeit for 70 to 80 cents on the dollar and try to pass it. Here's what made this system nearly impossible to stop. Nobody knew where the bills came from. The passer didn't know who the local crew bought from. The local crew didn't know who the regional distributor bought from. The regional distributor didn't know where the shipment originated. The Secret Service could arrest the passer, interview them, trace it back to the local crew, arrest them, trace it back to the regional distributor, arrest them. But at that point, the trail went cold. The regional distributor might have bought the counterfeit from someone they met once in a parking lot. No names, cash transaction, no records. And while this investigation was happening, the printing operation was still running, producing more counterfeit, sending it through different distribution channels. The Secret Service adapted. They started focusing on patterns. If counterfeit bills with specific characteristics showed up in multiple cities, they knew it was from the same printing operation. They'd map where the bills appeared, looking for distribution hubs. They'd also track the paper trail backwards. Every counterfeiting operation needed materials, paper suppliers, ink manufacturers, printing equipment sellers. The Secret Service monitored these suppliers, watching for suspicious orders. If someone ordered 10,000 sheets of high-quality cotton rag paper, the supplier had to report it. If someone bought specialty ink in large quantities, that got flagged. If someone purchased used printing equipment that could produce currency, the Secret Service knew about it. This didn't catch the big international operations. They had access to materials through other channels. But it caught plenty of domestic operations before they could stop producing. The other strategy was marking. The Bureau of Engraving and Printing would occasionally introduce subtle changes to currency that weren't publicly announced. Tiny modifications to design elements, slight adjustments to ink formulations, changes so small that most people would never notice. But counterfeiters working from older bills would know about these changes. Their counterfeit would be based on outdated designs. When Secret Service agents examined suspected counterfeit, they checked for these hidden markers. If the bills didn't have the latest modifications, they knew they were fake, even if everything else looked perfect. This created a constant problem for counterfeiters. They couldn't just create plates and use them for years. They had to constantly update their work to match current currency. Every time they updated, they risked making mistakes.
The super dollar. Then, in the early 2000s, something unprecedented happened. Counterfeit bills started appearing that were so good, the Secret Service initially couldn't prove they were fake. They called them super notes or super dollars. These weren't regular counterfeits. The paper was genuine currency paper, not something similar. Actual currency paper from Crane Currency, the only authorized manufacturer. The printing was intaglio, perfect raised texture. The ink formulations matched exactly. The security features were all present and correct. The only way experts could identify them as counterfeit was through microscopic examination of specific details. Serial number fonts that were microscopically different. Ink patterns that showed subtle variations under extreme magnification. Things that required laboratory equipment to detect. These bills passed every standard authentication test. Banks couldn't detect them. Currency counting machines couldn't detect them. Even most Secret Service field agents couldn't tell without sending them to the forensic lab. The Secret Service estimated that tens of millions of dollars in super notes were in circulation, maybe more. There was no way to know for sure because they were so hard to detect. The big question was, who was making them? The equipment and expertise required was extraordinary. You'd need access to genuine currency paper. That meant either stealing it from Crane Currency or bribing someone at the facility.
You'd need genuine intaglio printing presses set up exactly like the ones at the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. You'd need chemists who could analyze and replicate proprietary ink formulations. You'd need master printers with decades of experience. This wasn't organized crime. This was nation-state level sophistication. The leading theory, never officially confirmed, was that a foreign government was producing them. North Korea was the primary suspect. They had the motivation, they needed hard currency, and were under international sanctions. They had the capability. Their government printing facilities were sophisticated and well-funded. More importantly, they had the patience. A country didn't need to flood the market with counterfeit all at once. They could slowly introduce it into circulation through diplomatic channels, international trade, and banking systems. A few million here, a few million there, spread across years in dozens of countries. The Secret Service couldn't prove it. Even if they could, what would they do? You can't arrest a foreign government. You can't raid a printing facility in another country. The solution was to change the currency again. Starting in 2003, the Bureau of Engraving and Printing introduced new designs with enhanced security features that were even harder to replicate. Color backgrounds, more sophisticated color shifting ink, additional security threads. The new designs made supernotes detectable. The counterfeiters couldn't replicate the new features perfectly. Their bills were still incredibly good, but now experts could identify them reliably. The appearance of supernotes did something important. It showed that counterfeiting wasn't just a criminal enterprise. It was a potential national security threat. If another country could produce perfect U.S. currency, they could undermine confidence in the dollar. They could fund covert operations. They could manipulate the money supply. This elevated counterfeiting to the highest levels of government concern. The Treasury Department, the State Department, and intelligence agencies all got involved. Counterfeiting wasn't just a Secret Service problem, it was a matter of national security.
Why it eventually failed. Despite all the sophistication, despite all the resources, counterfeiting as a money-making operation for organized crime declined significantly after 2010. Several factors contributed to this. First, currency became harder to counterfeit. Every redesign added features that required more expensive equipment and more specialized knowledge. The barriers to entry kept rising. Small operations couldn't produce anything convincing. Large operations required millions in investment and years of expertise. Second, detection improved. Banks installed better currency scanners. Retail stores got UV lights and detection pens. People became more aware. The casual acceptance of large bills without scrutiny disappeared. Trying to pass a $100 bill at a convenience store in 2015 meant the cashier would check it carefully. Sometimes they'd refuse to accept it, regardless of whether it looked real. Third, enforcement intensified. The Secret Service increased staffing and resources dedicated to counterfeiting. They developed better forensic techniques. They improved international cooperation, working with foreign law enforcement to shut down overseas operations. The penalties got harsher, too. Mandatory minimum sentences increased. Federal prosecutors rarely offered deals. If you were caught counterfeiting, you were facing 15 to 20 years minimum, often more. But the biggest factor was something nobody predicted. The economy went digital. Credit cards, debit cards, electronic payment systems, mobile payment apps. By 2015, a huge percentage of transactions weren't cash anymore. This changed everything for counterfeiters. You couldn't pass counterfeit through a digital payment system. You needed cash transactions, but cash transactions were declining. Young people especially didn't carry cash. They used cards for everything.
The market for counterfeit was shrinking to primarily older demographics and specific industries that still dealt in cash. Even drug dealers started accepting electronic payments. Some of them used apps like Venmo or Cash App. Others used cryptocurrency. The old cash underground economy was evolving. For organized crime, the calculation changed. Why invest in a complicated counterfeiting operation with high risk and declining market when you could make more money with less risk doing online fraud? Steal credit card numbers, run identity theft schemes, hack into systems, and demand ransom payments in cryptocurrency. Digital crime offered better profit margins, lower risk of violent confrontation, and the ability to operate from anywhere in the world. Counterfeiting required physical production, physical distribution, face-to-face transactions. All of these created exposure and risk. By 2020, the Secret Service estimated that total counterfeit in circulation had dropped to less than $20 million per year. That sounds like a lot, but in an economy where trillions of dollars change hands annually, it's statistically insignificant. The counterfeiters who remained were mostly small-scale operations, people printing a few $1,000s for personal use, not sophisticated organizations producing millions. The big international operations largely shut down. The risk-reward calculation didn't make sense anymore. If you had the resources and expertise to run a professional counterfeiting operation, you could make more money with less risk doing something else. Steal credit card numbers, run identity theft schemes, hack into systems, and demand ransom payments in cryptocurrency. Digital crime offered better profit margins, lower risk of violent confrontation, and the ability to operate from anywhere in the world. Counterfeiting required physical production, physical distribution, face-to-face transactions. All of these created exposure and risk. By 2020, the Secret Service estimated that total counterfeit in circulation had dropped to less than $20 million per year. That sounds like a lot, but in an economy where trillions of dollars change hands annually, is statistically insignificant. The counterfeiters who remained were mostly small-scale operations, people printing a few $1,000s for personal use, not sophisticated organizations producing millions. The big international operations largely shut down. The risk-reward calculation didn't make sense anymore. If you had the resources and expertise to run a professional counterfeiting operation, you could make more money with less risk doing something else. The human cost. Throughout all of this history, it's easy to focus on the economics and the technical details. But counterfeiting had real victims. Small business owners who accepted fake bills lost money. A restaurant owner who took a counterfeit 100 lost $100. That came directly out of their profit. For small businesses operating on thin margins, a few counterfeit bills could mean the difference between paying rent or not. Bank tellers who accepted fake bills sometimes lost their jobs. Their employers assumed they hadn't been careful enough. Even if it wasn't their fault, even if the counterfeit was good enough to fool anyone, they took the blame. There was also the psychological impact. Once someone got burned by counterfeit once, they became paranoid about every bill they touched. They'd scrutinize everything, hold bills up to light, check security features obsessively. The trust that makes currency work had been damaged for them. For the people caught counterfeiting, the consequences were devastating. Federal prison sentences meant years away from families. Even after release, a federal counterfeiting conviction on your record made it nearly impossible to get legitimate employment. Banks wouldn't hire you, most businesses wouldn't take the risk. You were marked permanently. Some of the passes were people who'd made desperate decisions. Drug addicts who needed money, people facing eviction who saw it as a quick solution. They'd buy counterfeit, hoping to solve immediate problems, not thinking about long-term consequences. Then they'd spend years in federal prison.
The printers and organizers faced the harshest penalties, but they were the ones who knew exactly what they were doing. They made calculated decisions about risk versus reward. The passers often didn't fully understand what they were getting into until it was too late.
The final lesson. Looking back at over a century of counterfeiting operations, one pattern becomes clear. It worked until it didn't. Giuseppe Morello's operation ran successfully for over a decade. They printed hundreds of thousands of dollars, made enormous profits, seemed untouchable, until February 14, 1910. Then it was over. The Colombian cartels printed millions in fake hundreds throughout the 1990s. Professional operations, sophisticated distribution, international networks. Until law enforcement developed better detection methods and international cooperation improved. Then, one by one, the operations got shut down. The Supernote creators produced nearly perfect counterfeits for years, so good that experts struggled to identify it, until the currency was redesigned and their advantage disappeared. Every counterfeiting operation in history followed the same arc. Initial success, growing confidence, expansion, then a mistake, an informant, a new security feature they couldn't replicate, a pattern that law enforcement noticed, then arrests, convictions, prison. The question was never whether a counterfeiting operation would fail. It was always when. That's why organized crime eventually moved away from it. The long-term odds were terrible. You might make money for months or even years, but eventually the system would catch up, and when it did, you'd lose everything. The profit potential was real, the techniques were proven, the market existed, but the fundamental problem remained. You were attacking something governments protect more aggressively than almost anything else. Their currency is their sovereignty. Undermining it is seen as an attack on the nation itself. The Secret Service had unlimited resources, unlimited patience, and the full backing of the federal government. They could spend years building a case. They could tap phones, use informants, conduct surveillance, work with foreign governments, deploy forensic experts. They had every tool and all the time they needed. A counterfeiting operation had to be perfect every time. One mistake, one careless moment, one person who talked, and it was over. Those aren't winning odds. December 23, 2009, a warehouse in Lima, Peru. Secret Service agents working with Peru National Police surrounded the building. Inside was one of the last major counterfeiting operations still producing high-quality U.S. currency. They'd been tracking it for 18 months, following shipments, monitoring communications, building an airtight case. When they breached the warehouse, they found $8 million in finished counterfeit hundreds ready to ship, professional printing equipment worth $3 million, and enough materials to produce another $50 million. Everyone inside was arrested. The operation was dismantled. The equipment was destroyed. After over a century of organized crime counterfeiting operations, that's how most of them ended. Not with dramatic shootouts or clever escapes, with federal agents walking through a door and putting everyone in handcuffs. The Morello operation in 1910, the Colombian operations in the 90s, the Peruvian operation in 2009. Different decades, different countries, different people. Same ending.